Greetings, folks. Coin here, slash Swirling Vortex, slash Steven, and welcome back to the 11th episode of Mass Effect Legendary Edition. How is everyone doing on this fine evening? 7:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Last time on Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Moving my coffee over. Last time we were sort of dealing with the corporate black market, or not corporate black market. We were dealing with corporate underhandedness and people backstabbing each other the whole time. We tried out some various quests. A lot of them had checks that we just can't do right now. So my hope is going to be that we, are able to do those checks once we deal with Benezia, who should be around here in the med base somewhere. Let's see. I wonder if... Liara, why are you stuck there? But yeah, once we, come on, Liara. Once we did the initial section, we went on a bit of a Mako drive, because of course there are Mako missions in the main game. Why wouldn't there be? And then we ended up actually at the lab. Turns out, hey, the AI is shut, or the VI is shut down. We need to fix the VI, we need to fix the fusion core. We need to fix a lot of stuff in order to get the transports online. Then once we did that, we actually made our way into the lab section that we're supposed to go to, Lab 15. And let's say things are really not going according to plan. You have Rachni all over the place. You have you have what remains of the lab security force fending off additional Rachni. And then we get in and we find a bunch of scientists are, of course, doing mad science things, because why not? You got a guy who was working on a toxin who's now asked you to help find its cure, or find the notes, the instructions on how to fix these people. At least he's making amends for it now, but my god, the horrific things you're going to find here in the lab that people are working on are just absolutely nutso. Crazy. Well, let's do a quick check to see if we did not, in fact, reset after the talk.
Yes?
What will it take?
The quarantine labs at... Once you're in there, look for our notes. It should just be a matter. But once you're in there, look for our notes.
Are you the doctor?
We had a medic, Dr. Salah, but he's...
How's the science team?
Better than Ventralos' guard. I've been administering stims at their request. But every species needs to sleep. They're getting twitchy, irrational.
Talk to you later.
I hope you can do something.
Alright, we're good. Also, I want to say thank you to anyone who might have sat through the ad. That means something. I appreciate it. I don't like running ads. I really don't. But, they do give me a little bit of coinage, and every bit of coin helps. Now more than ever, because I have a life update. I mentioned that I would be talking about the life update during, Elden Ring Reforged, and really, this kind of needs to be in its own video, but I figured I should say something now. Well, not now, but like now-ish. So we have our assignments. Yeah, okay, this is a main quest. Alright, so now we need to return back to the quarantine labs. And hopefully get access to the quarantine labs, because otherwise we're not doing anything without it. Just gonna save. I'm as paranoid as ever about that sort of thing. What do we have points for? We have 2 points that I'm still holding in reserve because charm. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Alright, Ventralis, you and I need to talk.
Something you need?
I've heard about the problems in the quarantine lab. I'd like to recover the toxin cure.
God, I wish we could help those guys. I really do, but we can't risk contamination now.
Let us risk it.
We're not part of your defense plans. We're consuming extra rations, extra Medigel.
Yeah, but you also have extra guns. Alright, you want to gamble with your life, you're not under my command. I'll have the guard let you in, but he'll lock the door behind you. He'll run a full scan before he'll let you out. If there are any anomalies, you stay in there.
Those are reasonable precautions.
I'll radio ahead to let the guard know. Good luck.
Thank you, Captain Ventralis. I appreciate your risk assessment.
You and me both.
I appreciate your risk assessment, but thank you for letting us get this cure. Alright, so we got the hot labs and the quarantine labs. So we want to find... This is the elevator back to the tram. So we want to take a left at the medical bay. That's essentially what we want to do, because the hot labs are in the north. So, I'll remind everyone kind of what we're doing. We're 10 episodes in, but I'll go ahead and mention it. This is a vanilla Paragon playthrough of Mass Effect 1 Legendary Edition with most of the bells and whistles. I say most because technically Mass Effect 1 had a DLC called Pinnacle Station, and that got cut out for whatever reason. We are headed in the wrong direction. For whatever reason, they cut out Pinnacle Station, so that's just the bit of the DLC we miss. There's nothing more to say than that. So, I'll be rectifying this in the chocolate playthrough, the Renegade playthrough, because in that chocolate playthrough, someone had quite the enlarged vision, a good enlarged vision, to port the Pinnacle Station DLC, as a standalone in Mass Effect. I have the model ready. I have all the mods I'm going to use for the chocolate playthrough. It's kind of I would call it, hello, Hanalar. I would call it somewhere between flat out overhauling everything and just like it's between textures and an overhaul. It does a bit of everything. The list I'm using. Alright, so we've got ERC, we've got the 2 scientists we could talk to.
Okay, this one will get you.
How can you tell jokes?
So this hydrogen atom says to another hydrogen, I lost my electron.
I've heard this one.
And the other hydrogen says, man, are you sure? I'm positive.
Just shut up. God.
I feel like the voices are a little quiet. Even though I know they're not. I just checked the volume. Dialogue is at 100%. Hello.
Gotta keep the mood light. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll... Yeah, you just have to.
I used to have nightmares like this. Too many cheap horror vids before lights out.
I should have taken my vacation. No, I have to get those last few alleles nailed down.
I see. So we've got a storage locker, which we're going to decrypt right now. And that isn't too hard. And before talking to Mr. Hanalar, we just make sure there are... Yeah, we've got the cure. And we want to... So the secure lab is over here, but I don't think that's where the hot labs are. Alright. So got the aid station, which we're going to use right now. Whenever you see an aid station, if you've known you've used Medigels for a while, and you haven't had a good opportunity to replenish them, use the aid stations. Don't don't try to snuff it out unless you're doing some sort of challenge run or something. Where it's like, ah, yes, the Iron Man. I don't heal my teammates. And I do everything by myself, kind of. You can't really do that sort of run in Mass Effect, but if you are attempting a challenge run where it's like, I don't heal anything, then, you know, then maybe ignore the med stations. Alright, Hanalar.
You came to find out about them, didn't you?
You mean the aliens?
You mean those things out there?
Yes. I'm the only survivor from the hot lab, you know.
How about your survival?
I heard you were at the hot labs. How did you make it out alive?
I killed her.
What?
Doctors on Muir. We were going to lunch when the alarms went off. I ran into the tram, and I closed the doors. She banged on the window once, then they sliced her to pieces. Her head came apart like a melon. I closed the door. I killed her.
Challenge running in Mass Effect sounds like it'd be way too long and annoying process. By the way, I won't be super talkative this evening. I'm also playing 7 Days to Die while I watch stream. Welcome, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Hopefully you're doing all right. Understand if you're not super talkative. Hope 7 Days to 7 Days to Die goes well for you. I'm not sure what was gonna leave my mouth instead of die, but I'm glad I stopped it. Okay, Han Olar. You know, you panicked, but you panicked and got someone killed, so help me beat them, please.
Tell me what you know. I'll make your survival mean something.
You think I want absolution? There is none.
I'm alright. Friends Kylie and Ben are feeling unwell, so we canceled session for the evening. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Is it just like unwell, as in sore tired, or like sick or something? What do you know about Benezia, Mr. Olar?
Could Matriarch Benezia survive in the hot labs?
It's possible. The specimens were sensitive to biotics.
Alright, tell me about the aliens, these Rachni, as we've already seen their nameplates, but everyone is just dodging the name for some reason. Kylie was dizzy on her way home and isn't going away with rest. Ben is having stomach troubles. Yikes. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope some diagnoses change that. Ooh, I love the Rachni. I have a certain soft spot for them. But I can also certainly understand why the races were like, no, we can't have this. But tell me about the Rachni. What do you know, Mr. Olar?
I need to know more about those things out there.
About the Rachni?
Good, you say it.
Rachni? That's preposterous.
Why, Liara? I think their story is really cool. Gotcha. Yeah. Insect hive mind with a queen that you can't really contact. Cool enough story. Makes sense. Insect hive mind species are not uncommon in fantasy settings. They're just not exactly common either. How did they get here?
Where did they come from?
They found it in a derelict ship. An egg. Waiting since the last battles. They brought it here.
Shut up! God, you want to get us killed?
I don't have any control over who lives or dies here. Do you?
If you're gonna be crazy, be the quiet kind.
Crazy? I'm sane. God, am I sane?
Those two scientists were in the wrong just now. Like, I understand their concerns for job security, but this is do or die. We're not. I'm here to extract details. The more details, the better. They're harsh and scared. Yeah, tell me about it.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Do you two have anything new to say because of this interaction?
Could be worse, right? I could be one of those guys in the med bay.
We were running on batteries before the
No, it looks like they're saying generic NPC stuff. Because if it weren't generic NPC stuff, we'd be talking to them. There'd be a dialogue wheel. There are certain tells in BioWare games when you know you're not just getting random dialogue. Even if it's good random dialogue, it's still random. I just realized I screwed up.
Call me Shepard. I'm a Spectre, sent by the Citadel.
There aren't any human specters. Look, Plague doesn't care who you...
I'm gonna reload this, because I just kind of did the, ooh, shiny button, and forgot to talk to the Turian near the door. I totally screwed that up. I feel like that's a Mass Effect playthrough in a nutshell. Ooh, shiny button. Wait, what did they say? Why are you saying this? Alright, let's talk to the ERCS guard.
You're not part of the crew.
You're right. I'm here to make a cure, and you sound like, Kakashi from Naruto. You have the same vocal texture. Don't tell me otherwise.
I have Ventralis's permission to go in there.
Yeah, he radioed. He also said you have to prove you're not contaminated to get out. You got a death wish? You should stand watches on the barricade. What do you want?
I'm here to make a cure.
I have Ventralis's permission to go in there.
Yeah, he radioed. He also said you have to prove you're not contaminated to get out. You got a death wish?
Okay. So that dialogue opened the chamber. Good. We're gonna make a new save in case something bad happened because of it. We're gonna keep moving on. For me, it's just ignoring 90% of the main story to do whatever, looking for dialogue and collectibles. Yeah, when you've played it a certain X number of times, that's mostly what the game is. It's a point-and-click adventure with Rudy-tooty shooty elements. It's great. It's great. Alright, so let's read these research notes first so that we know how to make the cure, and we're not just clicking buttons. I can imagine the scenario where we don't do this. Okay, time to make that cure. I'm just gonna start pushing buttons. Shepard, Liara says, you really shouldn't do that. You should read the notes first. Well, why don't you read the notes? You can tell me which buttons to push, right? No, Shepard, I can't. You gotta read it for yourself. I can't tell you what button to push. I can tell you what it says, but I can't tell you what to push. You do that. That'll go over great. I made the cure. Sometime after you screw up the cure. I made the cure. The doctor injects the cure. Everyone dies. What did you do, Shepard? What buttons did you push? That would be hilarious as like a copy pasta or something, but no, we're gonna do this right. Shepard has scientists their way team. Also Shepard gets forced to make all the scientific choices and checks. I know, right? Yeah, that's kind of the one thing I've never really... I wouldn't say I've never really liked. It's just a different game. The game is about the player, the character, not the, not your teammates so much. They're given some of the limelight, but they're not the ones making the speech checks. They're not the ones you're leveling up charm or intimidate in. That's kind of the truth with all BioWare games of this kind, where, Shepard has main character syndrome pretty bad. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And it's like this on purpose, too. Because there aren't other characters who have those scores. Only Shepard has those scores. So only Shepard can make the dialogue options. Anyone can choose the dialogue options, but if you want the extras, which if you're playing Mass Effect, how can you not want the extras? You have to be speedrunning for that. That main character syndrome to a T. Let's read these notes. We've isolated 4 chemicals that can be combined to counteract the toxin. They must be mixed in precise quantities. As each chemical is poured, the equipment will mark the minimum and maximum amount that will work. Too little or too much will spoil the result. Okay, that doesn't really tell me what to do, but whatever. I hope it's not one of these extra mini-games. We already had one with reassembling the VI database. I wouldn't be surprised if there were another mini-game. It definitely makes it player-centric, which I get. But in a more realistic scenario, your companions would be making more of a fuss to influence what you say and do. Which is absolutely true. Absolutely true. You would definitely have more... I think in Dragon Age 2 or 3... Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Inquisition, those are the game titles. Your companions do make a lot more of a fuss. You can have different interset relationships. Here it's like the relationships are more in the background, if that makes sense. It's not that they're not important. They get screen time, but they aren't as integral to the overall story as like the characters in Dragon Age. Whereas in the characters in Dragon Age, they're very integral to the overall story. I think they tried to do this in Mass Effect 2 for like the final mission, depending on who you've made friends or enemies with. You know, those are the people that will, spoilers, survive the mission. The people that you've, haven't put some sort of active loyalty towards, those are the people that don't make it. And those are the people that will be reflected in your Mass Effect 3 dossier, like this is what happened. These are the people you can't talk to anymore because you've hurt that relationship. Yeah, exactly. Mass Effect 2, you can harm your relationship with your followers if you ignore their feelings and thoughts. So, like, this gives me a good opportunity. I'm going to talk about this real quick and then make this cure. So, for the Mass Effect Chocolate playthrough, right, where we're picking the Renegade options. I'll read that comment in a second, I promise. I'm going to adopt it to be a little bit more of a Paragade playthrough, where I'm picking the Renegade options for mission, but I'm not going to pick fights with friends, if I can help it. Because those relationships are super integral. Mass Effect 1, that's going to be really hard to do. But as compensation for it being really hard to do in vanilla, thankfully it's a chocolate playthrough. And so those options are way, way more reasonable with the modded playthrough. So most of the checks, I think, that are early are at most 8 or 10, which you can do if you max all your choices. Doing the Paragon bits for your teammates will be a bit of a more interesting challenge to it. So reading this comment, like if you have Rex in your team and do something anti-Krogan, he's going to be angry. Yeah, exactly. And what's neat about Mass Effect in that regard is that even if you do that mission and don't take Rex along, like anti-Krogan things, Rex will sometimes comment on stuff. Like, hey, I know you did this thing. In Mass Effect 2 and 3, especially 2 though, it's really prevalent. Like, your companions have really good mission memory. They've got all kinds of flags set for that stuff. Alright, we're gonna make a new save again. We're almost at the goal mark of 500. Let's make this cure. Oh boy. Warden does this a lot. He has tons of dialogue based on what you do, or don't do, or what you did with him or without him. He has dialogue for everything. Okay, so this is this kind of minigame, is it? Cool. I gotta concentrate. Hang on. Really? That is so fast. It's like the 3 are super slow. He has dialogue for Shepard's love life. He does. He does. I forget if I saw this, but there's like some mod that makes Morden romanceable? Possibly. I'd have to look. A lot of my mod browsing has been for Mass Effect 1, so I can't really comment, but I think I saw something in the Nexus Mods Mass Effect Legendary Edition page as I was like surfing around for mods to start with at first. Something to do with Morden Solus. I'd have to go back and look again, though. I definitely know there are mods that modify his dialogue. And they're... I think, like, the most commonly searched mod for ME2 is probably the anti-probe mod, where it's like one probe on a planet gets you everything on the planet, including the ability to land on it for a mission. I think that's, like, the most searched thing. Luckily, I have a playlist, and I think that I have a mod list I'm borrowing from, so we should be able to get that sort of probe. I think it's considered under the cheat section. I'd have to go back and look at the list again, but I do have plans for that. My god, yes. LOL, I believe all companions should be romanceable. Let me love the aliens. Yeah, they really fixed that, like, going from 2 or 3, Mass Effect 2 or 3 going forward. You're still kind of limited in 2. 3 is where they really open it up. For the final part of the trilogy, let that just sink in. Luckily, there are some fixes for this in modding. I don't think you can really do it for 1. BioWare not letting me love the Krogan is a hate crime. I feel that strongly about it, do you? Can't blame you. I think a lot more people would probably romance the Krogan if they could. Oh, I've sat staring at this cure thing long enough. Let's mix some medicine. 2, 3. Faster. Ah, okay.
Your mission ends here, Shepard.
Ah.
What the hell?
So this is what you are. Where's the guard?
What happened to Ventralis's man?
I didn't have permission to come in. He got in my way.
Wow.
I was ordered to eliminate you should the opportunity arise. And here you are, trapped in this lab. Weapons free! Enemy sighted.
Biotic threshold. So it turns out Miss Ayalis was, working with Benezia, the traitorous skink. I don't know what else to say, really. You're fine, Mr. Rowan Darcy. If you want to focus on 7 Days to Die, that's fine. You're not really being disruptive. If people were being disruptive, I'd say something. Promise. Alright, let's lift and give it a nice big swirl, and then neural shock the whole team. And put a barrier on myself. What the hell? Oh, it moved the boxes. That's not good. Warp her. Sab her. Death. One more time. And
Powering up.
that's it.
Clear.
Those crates stayed lifted for a real long time. Well, at least we got the cure made. I did not want to do this. It's spacebar, ain't it? Yeah, it is. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, so we've read the research notes. Where we're in these 3 quarantine sections. Ah, and here's more loot. Even if something looks empty and devoid of actors... Okay, that's not gonna work. There we go. Got it. If something looks barren on your map, make sure to investigate it. You never know. Now, and that's what the purpose of saves are for anyway. You know, if you save before you do something, and if it turns out you're really not supposed to be here, you can fix it. Look, these BioWare games, there's a certain amount of save scumming who should just... well, okay. Save scumming's a little different than, like, use of save states. Or, like, use of save files.
They came out of there.
The Geth?
You mean the inorganics the Asari had with her?
Benezia brought them with her.
Tell me, let's see, we've already told this option. Can I get into maintenance?
How can I get into the maintenance area?
A team lead would have access. Like Dr. Cohen. He's in the medical bay.
I need to know everything about the Rachni.
I told you all I can. We brought the Rachni back from the dead. In retrospect, a bad decision.
Okay.
I'll be leaving now.
Gotta keep the mood light. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll... Yeah, you just have to.
I like how these two were just sitting right here, and an Asari with a commando and 2 Geth just step in here, kill the ERCS guard, and then step in here and try to off us. There was no screaming. There was no, you know, reaction. You just... we're just gonna let the shepherd deal with it. We're not gonna do anything else. Wow. What pacifists? I guess I can't blame them if I saw a bunch of Geth and they didn't bother me. I would be like, okay, we've averted a disaster. I get to live another day, etc., etc. But then I would probably be like, well, hopefully whoever the Geth are targeting are, going to be okay. Maybe check in on them later. Do safe things for myself. Alright, so we have... So she's no longer here. I can see that she's gone. Should we have talked to her? I wonder. I wonder if we should have talked to her before, before talking to Dr. Cohen. I don't think that means anything, but I just want to drag the map. Is that too much to ask, game? I don't want to click on a random point on the map and suddenly be taken to the codex page. That's annoying. Do you have something to say about the Asari?
What's on your mind?
No.
I'll talk to you later.
Remember to report any suspicious noises.
I will. Thank you. Access security. That's not really what I'm wanting to deal with. That's one of the things about the Noveria labs that I could do without is the extra windy passages. Like, it's all connected to a hub. Like, if we open the map, we've got 5 different ways to go. One of them is, takes you to the quarantine lab. One of them takes you to, the hot labs. One of them takes you to the barracks. And then, I believe... Can't look at it now, but there's like 2 other ways to go. And all of them pretty much take you either somewhere interesting, a dead end, or back to where you started. Alright, Mr. Cohen.
Is that the cure? You did it?
That Asari scientist, the one in the mess hall, she just tried to kill us.
Alestia? That's unbelievable. Well, I don't know much about her. She arrived a month ago. One of the shareholders pulled strings to get her here.
Let me guess. Saren the Spectre.
Yes. I think that was the name. I don't pay attention to the other research teams. Look. The guards, they've been more on edge since you got here. I think they were expecting you. And there are more labs in the back. The guards won't even let me back there. Just people with clearance.
What about the maintenance area? Do you have access to that?
The maintenance area? Yes. Take my pass. But there's just snow back there. Let me see that file. An extension on Phelps' work? I thought he was on the right track. I can't thank you enough that... Oh, God, what a cliche. You saved their lives. Do you know that?
Got any metagel?
Could you spare a few medical packs? They're worth their weight in gold up here.
You didn't get these from me. Ventrollis wanted them saved for his people. I need to administer this. Thanks again.
Paragon 24. Paragon 24. I repeat, Paragon 24. Do we finally have enough? Yes, we have enough, and we even get a point for free. My god, we've been waiting an eternity to do this. Okay. Oh, we got the charm. We got the charm. So what are we gonna do now? We're gonna start boosting talents. That's just... I can't believe it. Rowan Darcy wasn't kidding. That's 75% of the bar. He's done it, folks. My god. You could technically go back to the other planet now. It wouldn't feel right to go back now. I don't think there's any... Even when I did things this way before, I actually remember having to go to Noveria one other time in this exact way. It wouldn't feel right to... I know, I'm a hypocrite, okay? I'm a hypocrite, but I'm trying to make things right. And that means, you know, not leaving a crisis. Not leaving a crisis area. Hello, sick scientist. The scientist is resting peacefully. Good, good. I think they might have been groaning in pain before. Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with you finishing this place first. I mean, I'm the helmsman, but I do appreciate my patrons and subs backing me up on this. I really do. So what are we doing now? Well, I'm not leaving Noveria, but I do think we need to wrap up this thing with, the espionage first. No, I'm not wanting to press that button. Yeah, we want to do this one initial side quest we got that may or may not be time sensitive, and then we'll go back to dealing with the Rachni. Got my word on that. Ugh. The qualms of a non-functional air conditioner. Yeah, our AC broke about 4 days ago. So I've got a window unit in my room, but the thing makes too much noise for it to be of any practical use in my office. So I just sweat it out with the best of them. And I make sure to drink plenty. Don't worry, I'll be following this up with water later. No, I don't want to go to the hot labs. You want to take the tram? But, yeah. My sleep is fine. I'm not sweating it out in bed or anything, but, I'm definitely not having a good time when I'm in my office. I feel even less inclined to stream when I'm sweating it out. But the best streamers will deal with the heat, and I better learn to do the same. I guess I can go ahead and mention this now. We've been in the first 30-45 minutes of the stream. I think I can mention this pretty nicely. So, I've been in limbo with my school's financial aid for a little while. I've been waiting for them to get back with me. Because I had a notice in my portal that's like, hey, you've hit certain limits. We need to get some paperwork. I clicked on the links because that's how the university's portal system works. If something's got paperwork, you can click on it like a hyperlink. Be right back, talking to mom about food. Okay, that's fine. Guess we can, not really wanting to purge the controls. I don't know why that is something we can do, but okay. So I look through the portal and I'm like, what's going on? I should be able, I know why that's there. That's for the burning the chamber with the Rachni in it. So I'm looking through my portal and I can't get the paperwork. So I'm like, okay, I gotta make a choice, right? I gotta decide whether or not I'm contacting the college through email, through phone, or in person. I tend to do a lot better when I'm in person. It's just kind of how I am. It's not that I'm nervous on the phone or anything. And, you know, I do email correspondences all the time. But this is the type of stuff I want to hear in person. It makes me feel better to hear it in person. So I did. I ultimately decided, hey, I'm just going to have someone take me up to the college, drop me off, and I can do the thing. I can go check in about this paperwork. Turns out there wasn't paperwork for me to do. That paperwork was on their end. So I wait 24 to 48 hours for the paperwork or for their version of the paperwork to get cleared, basically. And what happens? I come back, and it's the worst news of my life. I've hit limits on loans. 2 of them. I've hit limit on Pell, just about. That's the Pell Grant, for those who don't know. Did I not... Can I not go back? Oh boy, that's not good. I trust this is the Mako garage. Yeah, okay. We weren't actually going back in the correct direction. And I've hit the loan limit on the subsidized loans as well for college. So what does that mean? Essentially, I would be taking a private loan for the rest, which is fine on paper, but the thing is, if you don't have a job, you can't take a private loan, ever at all. You don't have income to speak of. And my folks are spent on credit for being able to take a loan. They can't. Relatives spent or couldn't afford it. So I gotta put college on hold. I can't even finish my bachelor's. I have to go get a job for 1 to 2 years plus, build up credit, and then I'll be able to take out a loan. That's what I'll have to do. I've mucked things up pretty badly as far as my personal life is concerned. I know, this is a Mass Effect playthrough. People don't really want to hear that. I will put this in its own video. I think it's worth that. But I wanted to get that out there sooner rather than later. For the people on Twitter, I'll likely put a link to the video. For people on YouTube, you know, that'll be the place where I post it. And then for the folks on Discord, I'll likely point a video in that direction. I'll point you toward that video as well. Yeah, I've hit some financially rough times, and I'm gonna have to grit my teeth, get a normal job that may not even utilize my skills in their entirety, and go from there. And I've been trying to come to grips with that ever since. So the first thing I have to do is get my resume up to snuff, and like, I have a resume, but the problem is I haven't bothered to curate it in half a decade. Because I don't know what's going to happen to me during my lifetime, so why update it over stuff I'm not even sure will be legitimate? References that may forget me in that amount of time, etc., etc. But there you have it. Other than that, my personal life has been fine. I've been getting used to talking to the people that work at the Disabled American Veterans Association, specifically the auxiliary unit. I've been getting accustomed to asking questions during the meeting, and they're a bunch of nice ladies, a bunch of nice elderly ladies. They answer my questions fine. For those who are maybe uninitiated, the auxiliary chamber of the DAV is for spouses and relatives, or I'm sorry, not relatives, immediate family of like veterans who join the main chamber. But I suppose it could be anyone who has some connection to like a military veteran of some kind. I ran over a shield. Nice. I don't know what it is. I got a fascination for running over this stuff, but you get to live, shield. Enjoy your new color. Ugh. Just, I'm really sweating it out right now. I don't think I've had a sweat this prolific for like 6 months. Okay, we only have a little bit to go before we can turn back and... What the hell is that? You tell me it's a level 1 hazard, but don't make me do anything with it? Alright then. Sorry, just kind of like getting my mind in the right place on what I should and shouldn't say. Or, you know, what I do want to talk about. I'm just going to comment again on Noveria. I really love the planet. It's snowy. It's a snowy winter wasteland. It's only cold enough to freeze your digits off. I love the music, the ambient music selection for the planet. I love the underpinnings of like mad, unethical science. As someone who, I guess I should now say I'm a former STEM major until I've figured out my life situation and, you know, get my debt under control. I was inspired by this. I'm trying to think what happened first. Did my choice to enter a real STEM field and not applied STEM major, like an applied STEM field like pharmaceuticals, I'm trying to think what happened first. My appreciation for the sciences or my desire to want to help people. I think my desire to help people came first. And my desire to do that through science came much later. We are in my favorite ambient for the day. It's nice to hear this at least once. Trying to think. Kind of hard to think when it's hot, but I'm doing my best. Which may not be very good in this circumstance. The human need to discover the natural world, like being immersed in the natural world around them, is timeless. Wanting to understand how the world around them operates physically, biologically, you know, mechanically, chemically. How does it all work? That's timeless. But for a while, at least for the chemistry portion of it, maybe for the physics portion as well, actually, I guess all the hard sciences are like this, where people kind of had a lot of superstitious beliefs tied to the science. The practice of making medicine mostly involved, like, storing herbs in water and oil after you've put water through them. Or animal fat. Something like that. which is fine for mundane things, but eventually the need to understand exactly why you store your herbs in oil or rinse them with water or this or that is just too important. Like, you can only make better medicine in order to make better medicine, you need to have a better grasp of the science. And having a better grasp of science helps people a lot. Just think about it. 20-ish years ago, about 23 years ago, we were developing DNA technology, like DNA processing technology. We sort of knew what it was, and we had methods for seeing it, but like being able to parse the genetic data in real time was quite the feat. It was very expensive to do. That's how the Genome Project came about. We as a country decided we needed to know all this genetic information, so we did. It took a lot of time and effort, but eventually we were able to make great strides in genetic technology. I will read that comment in just a second. Although, as usual, as much as you can claim you've done something in its entirety, usually in science you can't really say this. You can tout it as an achievement, but you can't ever say you've fully completed something. There will always be some nugget, some piece of information that will overturn what you have to say. So in science, you just tend not to give, like hard claims to anything. And if you do, you're kind of seen as you're either really sure of what you're saying, or you're an egoist. You want to feed your own ego instead of following the scientific truth. When I saw stuff like that in my school history lessons, and when I saw stuff like that in the hard sciences I was studying for, I'm like, I knew what I wanted to do right then and there. I wanted to do something for biology to help each other, to help humans. Not strictly the United States, not Argentina, not Italy, not Ethiopia, not Morocco, not India, not Russia, not China, or any one country in particular. Something to help all of us. Because eventually we are going to bump into another species. We are going to make first contact. I mean, I guess it's a little foolish to say we are going to make first contact, but the chances of us not making first contact seem astronomically lower than making first contact with someone. And we need to be prepared for that. And so that's kind of what I've decided I would gauge my life on. And it sucks that I have to stop doing that, but maybe I can help people in a different way. Now, to read this comment, welcome back. We're doing McDonald's for dinner. Nice. Also, might I say, as a human, it feels a little sad that you and I were born past the eras of great exploration. I wouldn't say that. There's nothing new to discover in terms of like lands and biomes and such. We just add on to what's already known. That's kind of knowledge aggregation at its finest. We add lots of little stuff. It's just not broadcasted out to the masses. You got to look for it, right? So, for example, I'm trying to make sure about this. When we discovered how to clone biological tissue, right? And I'm talking about a real clone, not 3D printing tissue. Cloning something was a big deal. It was huge. Especially because the implications of cloning biological flesh have broad reaching power. That's the type of stuff that gets in a newspaper that lawmakers talk about. When we moved from cloning like biological tissues and whole organisms to, yes, I would like to 3D print an organ. In theory, you should be able to do it, but how exactly you do it with a 3D printer wasn't exactly known. And the way you disseminate that knowledge is completely different. We only had newspapers, so if something like cloning made the newspaper or was an internet article at the time, a lot of people saw it. Now, because there's a lot more extra noise on the internet, there's a lot more junk news out there. Things that don't actually matter. Or they matter to a scope of people so small, it shouldn't really be news. It doesn't mean it's not important to broadcast, but some things should take a lot more precedence. The 3D printing of like tissue and organs is something that should have made headline news. It did not. Or if it did, it was some time ago and people just weren't paying attention. Or people didn't consider it important. Whatever. I'm not the arbiter on what exactly happens with that. I'll read these comments, I promise. There should have been more hype about that, but for whatever reason, there wasn't. And that's a big deal. I don't know why I'm looking over here when I should be looking into the camera. That's always been a struggle of mine. Let me read these comments and then I need to keep moving. I guess I mean that, like, you and I are unlikely to see into the paper or on the news that a rare, unknown part of the world has been discovered. Knowledge is gatekept by people with money. Wonders are monetized and put behind a paywall. You're right. That's absolutely correct. And it's sad. I get it. Scientific publishing companies are not cheap. And the the academia of scientists, like that collection of people, put their names on papers. They literally trade clout with each other. I don't know if people know that. There's a YouTuber. He spent I forget his name. He spent 15 years in academia, and then he's kind of considered a washed out academic. And so he started a YouTube channel, to talk about the things that academia say behind closed doors. And just like anything else in life, you have politics, you have people who want this or that, people who are selfish, people who just want good job security. You get it all in academia. It's really not such a different place from the rest of the world, but most people don't know what happens behind those closed doors. He's not violating NDAs. He's citing and touting his own personal experiences, and he avoids telling anyone or mentioning anyone specifically by name. He's good. He knows what to say and not say. But he granted me some brand new insight into the world of academia that I was missing. And stuff like this is gatekept because people have to make money. And even if you replaced money with something else, let's say it's social currency, right? Instead of money, you're getting clout. Well, we already have clout in our financial systems. We have clout just by default, but if clout were the be-all, end-all, or resources were the be-all, end-all, you would still be trading for that stuff. As long as something is a currency, humans are going to build towards that currency. They're going to accumulate it, hoard it. Or if it's something they can't hoard, like clout, they're going to fight like hell to defend it. They're going to make sure that they're the person on top, because that's how human power structures work. The first people to interact with aliens are likely funded by mecha corporate multi-billionaires. Probably. They're the ones that have the resources to do it. And again, if we replace money with a different resource, it would still be someone who holds a whole bunch of resources initiating the first contact. Or interactions with aliens. There's no way around that. Again, that's how power systems work. There will be people who must necessarily be at the top because they hold resources, they gain clout, they gain influence, they're able to peddle it, trade it away, trade for something else, something with more value. Then they hold on to that, trade it again. Yeah, I'm not trying to speak at you as though you don't know it. I'm mainly talking like this for viewership at large. It makes me sad. Yeah, me too. Me too. But I've learned to inoculate myself against that. You know, deaden myself to it. Otherwise, you drive yourself insane thinking about it. There's only so much you can do. Like, and this is a great time to, you know, mention the Noveria lab corporations, because what do we have here? An isolated little microcosm where 250 different companies own lots of labs in a snowy wasteland where the council space doesn't look in. They don't peer. They have tons of paperwork. And even specters have to fight like hell in order to be able to do any of the council's work. This is what happens when ethics take a blind seat to science and any of the STEM fields. What can I say? I'm a bit of a bleeding heart for stuff. I understand that. My emotions govern a lot of things for you. Yup. Hard to put that stuff away, and you shouldn't. We need that perspective. I'm not saying that perspective is going to get you hurt, but you have to gird yourself, because you could be. Perspectives like mine or like other people's are also just as important. We need some people who are capable of insulating themselves with stuff like this and just doing the good work. There are many scientists that I've had the pleasure of hearing on radio, and I've attended a couple seminars. They do talk about this stuff. And most of the time they say it's usually better to focus on the science. Try not to think about the politics, the backroom deals, the meetings, all that much. I'm trying to get to the hotel, is what I'm doing. Once we get to the hotel, we'll have to take a break. Because I'm 8 minutes over, counting up. But, you try to focus on the science. You try to focus on the math, the engineering, the medicine. You try to focus on doing good work, knowing that it could get mired down in politics at any time, or, you know, infighting, resource hoarding, the worst of humanity. And it's up to the people working in their fields who are focused on research to just do the research. You don't want them to be so insular that they do nothing, but you would want them to protest for, like, human rights. You don't want them to be that insular where they do nothing. But you don't want them receptive to every little thing the outside world has going on. And that's hard when there's so much major stuff going on. What can I say? Alright, Mr. Vargas. Ready to make a new save. I would love to pick up this conversation when I return. For those who are new here, I take a 5-minute break. I tend to put 90 seconds of ads up. Sorry. I apologized for the ads already at the beginning of stream. But they help keep the gears spinning, and I need that now more than ever, given what's happened in the recent precedent that I've already told you about. So, thank you for watching the ads if you're going to stick around for that. Otherwise, I will see you at the end of these 5 minutes. I am back, folks. So sorry about that. Let me catch up on missed messages here. A warning that I'll likely be having dinner in the next 20 minutes, so if I hop off, you know why. Thank you for letting me know. I'll leave a message in chat if I do while you're gone. Yep, thank you. Also, I always stick around for ads. Hashtag stop ads. Jeff Bezos, please. But I understand Twitch barely makes money as it is. So the ads and, TV-like style are absolutely necessary. Although I would love if people actually, like management up at the top, realized all the negative backlash that happened. It adds up. It adds up, and maybe we could change how ads are done. We already have, when a streamer is currently live and they've got automated ads, those are ads on the screen. Maybe we could just not have ads on the screen and have like banners and stuff underneath. We already do this sometimes as it is. Why not just make that the standard? And streamers can opt in for screen ads if they would like to get more money. Like a tier it like that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their break. I went and grabbed the cold pink lemonade out of the fridge. Rather, I poured myself a glass of the stuff on a hot, wet day like this. It's probably nice and cool outside. I think the issue with using banner ads is that they're incredibly easy to get around with ad blockers. I know. Yeah, there's probably no winning for Twitch on this. Because running an ad, like running a server where literally hundreds of thousands of people stream. I recently tried to change my watch habits by going onto Twitch yesterday instead of YouTube like I normally do, because I'm a small streamer, folks. You can't get anywhere on Twitch if you don't network. You just don't. So I'm looking around trying to find like a game or something that I know I want to watch with stuff I already do. It's much easier to find an Elden Ring streamer that is already doing Elden Ring Reforged things than anything else. Mom's home, so I'm gonna hop off to have dinner. Might hop on later. Gonna mute and lurk. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you're gonna lurk, leave this as your primary tab unless you gotta do something else. Twitch does note that in the algorithm, and you won't be counted if it's like a secondary tab or not the primary tab. Just letting you know, so if you're gonna help me out by lurking, which I appreciate, that we maximize the help that's gonna give. Thank you in advance for listening. Have a good dinner. Tell Mom I said hi. Appreciate it. Getting back to where we were. And of course it's hard to continue a one-sided conversation on this topic, but I guess to sort of wrap up that discussion rather quickly. Again, hard to have it with myself in the camera. I knew I wanted to help people. At first, I got an associate's degree in farm tech, so I could do exactly that. But it was the 6 months I spent in externships were boring my soul. And I mean, or like boring holes into my soul. Let me put it that way. There's just so much you can't say. I've even seen senior techs who spent 10 years in their profession and they just have to defer to the pharmacist. Even if they perfectly know how the medication works, nope. Sorry, liability reasons, gotta go to the pharmacist. And it sucks. So much of what we would say as farm techs is under lock and key. I get it, chain of command, and there's certain things you're just not supposed to say. As someone who mostly works the back room and fills patient orders, but if you know how medicine works, you should just be able to mention it. Or, do more. If a patient asks an easily answerable question, you should be able to easily answer it. Not say, I need to go get the pharmacist for this. or I'll have to call the insurance company. But I get it. Those are just the default things you're supposed to do in that position because you're there to fill patient orders. You are not there to answer questions. Got it. They should put that in the hiring clauses instead of anything else. Okay, we're gonna make a new save.
Can I help you?
Mr. Vargas, Commander Shepard, Systems Alliance Military. I understand you work for Binary Helix.
That's correct. Rafael Vargas, sales. Were you interested in our services?
I might be. That depends on what sort of offer your company can make.
It was my understanding that the Alliance contracted to Mars Gene for its enhancement programs.
I'm sure you know that we pass a new budget every fiscal year. If it delivers a better soldier, contracts can change.
A sound business practice. Excuse my hesitation, I've never heard a government accused of good business sense. First, the boilerplate disclaimer. No genetic enhancement is guaranteed to take. We can maximize the odds, but every strand of DNA is unique. Our patented techniques can provide an 8% improvement in adrenal response, 12% faster clotting, and a measurable decrease in CG muscle degeneracy.
I've never heard of a technique that improves zero-gravity endurance.
It's a first for the industry. The advent of element zero-based artificial gravity made it a less pressing concern. We're still waiting for tests to give us an average improvement. We estimate a 7 to 11% decrease in muscle loss rates. I can get you those improvements for 30K credits per head. For a bulk order, I can work in a sensory enhancement package, guaranteed 20/15 vision, and hearing from 12 to 22,000 hertz.
How would you distribute the upgrades? Retroviral injections would take some time.
Well, it does take time to upgrade a body with adjusted DNA. Skin cells could be replaced in 2 weeks, but the liver takes over a year, and the skeleton a decade. For frontline units, we can speed the process with full system transfusions and injections to stimulate regrowth. It would still take 6 months to see results. I have to admit, it surprised me that you were here for business. There are many development projects on Noveria, some not entirely legal.
If you have any tips, I'd appreciate them. It would reflect well on you and Binary Helix.
I'll keep that in mind. Of course, we don't perform espionage on our competitors. That would be illegal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vargas. That's a call I have to take. Thank you for your time.
Of course, Commander Shepard. We look forward to hearing from the Alliance.
Now, let's see what this particular... I'm going to make a new save here. And we're going to go talk to Miss Kalis.
Any results?
Tell me what you know about Vargas.
He is impatient with the... I noticed he has a tell. When it top... If you see that, press him on the subject. It may distract him enough to keep him talking.
Your toy did its job.
Excellent. I will transfer 500 credits to your account.
Only 500. All right. I thought you might have wanted to provide more. Since you couldn't do it yourself, I mean.
Did I say 500 credits? I meant 750. Good day, Spectre.
Renegade +2. All right. Well, I mean, we've got the Charm 12, so I don't know. I feel ick doing that. We've seen this before. But we're gonna go... Oh, did I just delete that save? I deleted the save. Yuck. Gross. How far back did this put us? Okay, good. We happened to clone a save, so we're gonna now delete this save. And we're gonna make a new save. Thank you very much.
Can I help you?
Mr. Vargas? Commander
That's
Shepard.
correct. Rafael Vargas, sales. Were you interested in our services?
Actually, I wanted to warn you. An agent of the Aramali Council hired me to break into your network. She gave me this.
Oh, a cracking device. I appreciate your forthrightness, Shepard. Now that we know what to look for, our IT people can have a little fun with the Asari. We'll isolate their viruses and feed them false data. If you'll excuse me.
Alright. Let's see how you react to that, Miss Kalis.
Any results?
I told Vargas what you put me
I
up
see.
to. You were breaking the law. By spying and by bribing me. He'll be on guard against you now. That's worse than a slap on the wrist fine, isn't it?
You have a unique perspective. Devious, one might say. I believe I should get off-world now, quickly. Good day, Spectre.
Yay, we got Paragon points. Want to keep... This is a Paragon playthrough, so we do want to keep our options rather clean. But, hey. The ultimate Paragon thing would have been to refuse the request outright. So at least in that sense, you could call me a little bit of a Paragate, a really teeny tiny one.
What sort of offer did they make you?
I'm not interested in the offer. We have the espionage. Now we can get back to the Rift Station and doing something actually relevant with this playthrough. It's a shame that only the Citadel elevators have dialogue for us. I wish all the elevators did. Wonder if there's a mod for that. Might be. Let's get down to business to defeat the Geth. Oh, that reference was so flat and stale, I felt bad mentioning it. I need to find this track on YouTube and put it on repeat. Or something. This track is quite good as an earworm, I'll say that. Alright, we have... So going back to the Rift Station... We've got the Rift Station, we can go in through the back door. Good. That's what we're gonna try to do anyway. Might not work. But anything is worth a try at least once. Oh, come on. So, what does everyone else think about, you know, the science core, like science companies and corporations like these? Does this color your view on scientific discovery? A thirst for human knowledge? I hope it doesn't, but it probably inevitably will. I'm torn about the thing, really. When you're just trying to discover knowledge, you know, politics and stuff don't tend really not to get involved. That's not even something you think about. It's only when you're thinking about how to sell that service to people as something actually relevant and worth their time, or, you know, state, local, and federal governments get involved, that it starts to become less about making the discovery for discovery's sake and more about, is the discovery useful? Okay. How can we benefit from it more than even our citizens do? And how can we make our enemies suffer for this information rather than, oh, why can't this, or why not, why this couldn't just help all mankind? I know, I'm a naive romantic in that way. Every country has enemies. At least the ones that are quite big for their britches. The US has them, China has them, Europe has them. That's a whole continent. I mean, France and Germany, or Brussels and Belgium, Morocco, South Cape, Ethiopia, every country that's at least decent enough to have made a footprint in human history has enemies. And those enemies would like nothing more than to dress those countries down. And that's the enemies from without. Never mind the ones tearing up a country from within. For one reason or another, good noble cause, or an evil, irreparable, insufferable cause. It has the same net effect. You just hope you're doing things for the right reasons. And that the reasons themselves provide enough justification to do the bad things. To dress down your enemies in that way. That's what you hope for. You hope you're on the right side of history. Because if you're on the wrong side, the globe will surely make you pay for it. Someone will. I just wish humans didn't have... I just wish human... I guess the human empire didn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. But I guess that's also naive. And maybe inevitably things have to be that way. Humans make friends and enemies and aren't really interested in repairing damage to the latter. And that just makes me sad as a human being. We have too much riding on making friends of each other and you know, not teeing people off to a point where they fire world-ending weapons at one another. We have too much as a society that's riding on that. What can I say? I'm humanist that way. And I'm someone who cares about our overall path. Like, are we doing honest things? Are we going in an honest direction as a species where we value each other, value truth, and everything else? And it's easy to say, well, anything that empowers someone is the truth, and anything that doesn't empower someone is a lie. It's not that simple. You always have net effects to consider. If you do something, if you empower one group of people, will they then use that empowered state of being to go after someone else in terms of revenge or anything else? That's the stuff I think about. Think about the long-term social and philosophical web we weave every time we make a law, every time we, state that we prefer one class of human beings to another. It's a problem.
All patched up.
So I guess an engagement question would be, and that's a pretty big one. You know, what do people think about the state of the world? If you're going to say it's crappy, or if you're going to say it's brilliant, I'd like to hear justifications for it. I think the world is just spinning with doing the same things it always does. Humans are doing the same things they've always done. You know what the difference is? The difference is the world is now more dangerous than it ever has been. You have people with centuries and decades long of pent-up aggression toward one another. Like insidious, devious levels of animosity toward one another. Who are pulling strings and pitting friends against one another. Cafeteria, reactor. No, I'm not looking to do that. Tram. There are many myriad groups of people who would love nothing more than to sow chaos and destruction, and it's just sad.
Hazardous or unauthorized materials detected.
But that's enough depressing subject matter. This is a Paragon playthrough, gosh darn it. I'm gonna leave all the depression, the anger, the rage. I'm gonna leave that for the Renegade playthrough. I'm definitely gonna leave that stuff for the Renegade playthrough, or it'll make more sense. And we could be a jerk off for fun and profit. We're gonna be a jerk off for fun and profit, and that'll be a great playthrough.
Departing Central Station. Destination, Rift Station.
Thank you, thank you. Speaking of, you know, wanting to be part of this, if you guys want to make votes on games and stuff,
Arriving at Rift Station, Binary Helix Research Facility.
and you're like, I want to be part of that action too. Well, for a free one time only Twitch Prime sub, you can get into the Discord. But if you want to actually vote, I'm gonna need you to maintain that Twitch Prime sub. Twitch Prime sub gets you almost the same benefits as a tier 1. You get 6 emotes, you get them for a month. You don't get the ads, like the, you know, removal of ads, though. If you want that stuff, got the science station and the hot labs. Right, we want to go into the quarantine lab and go in through the back. Okay, got it. Nope, wrong place. No, right place. Or, you know, $1 on Patreon or Coffee also gets you into the Discord. If you're like, hey, I want to see the Discord streams for myself. I want to see the other stuff you make for myself. We can do that. We're going to make a save here and see if Captain Ventralis has something for us to talk about.
Something you need?
I was attacked by the Asari who was in here. She killed your guard.
Dr. Ayalis? But she seemed like the most stable one here.
She was a commando in Benezia's service. A squad of Geth were with her.
Geth? I didn't know. God's honest truth, I thought she was just another egghead. Son of a bitch.
I've got work to do.
You and me both.
I just thought it would crack his head a little bit over that. That's an awful thought to leave someone with. Shepard's not the smartest person in the Crayola box, now is he? Make a new save. God, this heat's killing me. Hello, Potosi.
It's pleasant to see you.
Let's have a look.
Regretfully.
We have the same stuff. That's fine. We want to go to the quarantine lab. That's what we're here for. The quarantine labs will allow us in through the back. And we could maybe surprise Benezia instead of having her prepared for us. Because if there's one thing you could count on with Asari Matriarchs, it's their powers of foresight and clairvoyance are out of this world. There's a reason why some become prophets or seers. They're said to see into the future. New save. I don't think Mr. Olar has anything for us, but we're gonna find out.
What?
How can I get into the maintenance area?
A team lead would have...
I'll be leaving now.
Okay, so we got the quarantine labs, and we got this end through the back. Yay! We've made progress. Poggers. Hello, Rachni soldier. Thank you, Caden, for your assistance.
Clear. Good as new.
That's good. I really didn't want to be carrying that going into the fight. Okay, so we got the vent room and this locker. What does this locker give us? Not a whole lot, I'm afraid. Oh, never mind. A treasure trove. Another save. And then when we get back to the ship, I'll take a break with some codex entries. I think that'll be a good way to wind down from the action. So we got the restricted area. We got the secure lab. Ah. Here you are.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation.
Liara's here because she wants to be, not because I asked her to.
Indeed. What have you told him about me, Liara?
What could I say, Mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say?
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter.
I now realize I should have been stricter with her.
Uh-oh. We've been put in stasis. Okay. I'm gonna have to focus on this fight. So I want to get my talking out of the way first. So, when you arrive to deal with Benezia, there are a lot of different ways this conversation could go down depending on who you bring along with you. When it comes to this fight, this is one of the harder fights in the game. You have Asari commandos that can pretty easily bypass your physics threshold, and you could be lifted, put into stasis. And this is just with the commandos. Never mind what Benezia is doing in the background. She's a really insanely powerful biotic. This fight's not going to be easy, and I've had to do it myself before. It really sucks. Best thing I can tell you is just be privy of your companion's powers. Make sure you're using them. Use your own powers. Don't be afraid to use Unity. All that fun stuff. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. This is the fight I have to focus on. Lift you. I want to mind what she's doing. Lift.
Now it gets fun.
Alright, you've taken a break with some Geth. Good. We'll be able to deal with Benezia once her power level has gone down. We can't really do anything before that point. Lift. And warp. Throw. I know we have Geth prowling around somewhere. Okay, barrier. Everyone's health is doing alright so far. We have one more lurking around, probably a Probably a... Okay, no, it's just a trooper. Makes sense. This fight's kind of a gauntlet. Geth troopers. And we have more Geth troopers. Alright, good, good. Let's keep up the pressure. Liara, give them a swirl. And then we have 2 Geth on the other side. Oh. Don't think so, Sir Geth. Throw.
This is not over. Saren is unstoppable. My mind is filled with his light. Everything is clear.
The Rachni seem to disagree with this.
The Rachni didn't cooperate with you. Why should I?
I will not betray him. You will... You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions briefly, but the indoctrination is strong.
Why are you able to break free of his control now?
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long.
So you could turn on me again?
Yes, but it would not be my will, Shepard. People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him. You would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size, and its power is extraordinary.
Where did he get it?
Sovereign's not like other ships. Where did it come from?
I cannot say. The Geth did not build it. Its technology is far more advanced than that of any known species. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became a willing tool, eager to serve. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
How do you lose a relay?
How does something that big go missing?
4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space, particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation.
Someone on Noveria found it?
2,000 years ago, the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy. They discovered the relay. The Rachni can share memories across generations. Queens inherit the knowledge of their mothers. I took the location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle.
How did the Rachni find it?
They searched, patiently. They are territorial creatures, driven to close any possible way into their systems.
Why does Saren need the Mu relay?
He believes it will lead him to the conduit. I would tell you more if I could, but Saren did not share his counsel with me. I was merely a servant to his cause.
You can still make it right. Give me the information.
I was not myself, but I should have been stronger. I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please.
Knowing the relay's coordinates is not enough. Do you know where he planned to go from there?
Saren wouldn't tell me his destination, but you must find out quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should... Oh, you should...
Mother, don't leave. Fight him.
You've always made me proud, Liara. Die.
Alright, so we are in stasis, but I don't think Liara's love's gonna be enough to lift her into the air, but we'll see about that. Warp her. Neural shock.
I cannot go on. You will have to stop him, Shepard.
Hold on. We've got Metagel. Maybe we can...
No. He is still in my mind. I am not entirely myself. I never will be again.
Mother.
Good night, little wing. I will see you again with the dawn. No light. They always said there would be a...
Well, that got awkward real quick. Wow, we got how much credits for this? Are gonna make a save before we distribute any points and a save after we distribute points. We get 2 points, we got 2 points. Good. Okay. So we have the overload, we've got the medicine, shock barrier specialization. And then we got the stasis specialization. Hayden, now you. Let's go for this. Let's start maxing stuff out. And let's max barrier. Restart to max barrier. Alright, we made a save. We need to handle the Rachni Queen. Oh, okay.
This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are colorless.
Music? I mean, we have several corporate genres of music. We've got, you know, bar techno, we've got bar synth, we've got corporate techno, corporate synth, we've got, you know, classical music, which is always corporate by definition. What do you mean music? But in all seriousness, I don't understand you. Can you try again?
Musics? What?
Your way of communicating is strange. Flat. It does not color the air. When we speak, one moves all. We are the mother. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
Ah, so you're controlling the Asari, are you?
How are you speaking through her?
Our kind sing through touchings of thought. We pluck the strings, and the other understands. She is weak to urging. She has colors we have no names for. But she is ending. Her music is bittersweet. It is beautiful. The children we birthed were stolen from us before they could learn to sing. They are lost to silence. And their suffering, they cannot be saved. They will only cause harm as they are.
I don't understand. Why are your children killing people?
These needlemen, they stole our eggs from us. They sought to turn our children into beasts of war, claws with no songs of their own. Our elders are comfortable with silence. Children know only fear if no one sings to them. Fear has shattered their minds.
Makes sense. A baby left alone in a closet until he's 16 won't be sane.
I don't understand. Why are your children...
Our elders...
Makes sense. A baby left alone in a closet until he's 16 won't be sane.
If you're sure they can't be saved.
It is lamentable, but necessary. Do what you must. Before you deal with our children, we stand before you. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
Commander, those tanks on her enclosure, they're acid. Strong enough to dissolve any living creature. They must have installed them for a reason.
They made a mistake. They let the Krogan go too far. This is a chance for us to atone. She has done nothing to us.
Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory.
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No, I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place to teach our children harmony. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
Are you a survivor from the war? A clone?
We do not know. We were only an egg, hearing Mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after another. It forced the singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet. The sky is silent.
I won't destroy your entire race. You'll go free.
You will give us the chance to compose anew? We will remember. We will sing of your forgiveness to our children.
Be free, Rachni! Be free! Go and hide, never to be found in the galaxy again. Okay, so we've made it to the secure labs. Not what I was looking to do. Oh, our entire pathway has been locked. Couldn't go to the restricted area even if we wanted to. For whatever reason, we're not allowed to go back that way. 'Tis a shame. Okay. Can't summon. We can go to the hot labs, though, which is really weird. I guess let's go to the hot labs. Oh, well, hello.
Are you here to secure the situation?
How are you holding up?
You must listen to me. If we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations. You understand?
You let these things out?
I am only following the orders. Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Rachni's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
1,000-year-old egg hatched?
Yes. Very tough to be so long frozen. That it survived the centuries. This is miraculous. Binary Helix planned to clone Rachni, mass produce them, create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachni. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Hold on. Don't you need a male to get eggs?
Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers. Eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone. Queens can lay eggs in hours and have a colony in days. This is how they spread so quickly.
Separating them from their mother didn't work.
This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Rachni do not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Rachni are uncontrollable.
Then all we need to do is bring her here.
No, I am sorry, but this will not work. These Rachni are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
Neutron purge?
With the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
Give us a minute then.
Once the purge is armed, we'll have to fight our way out. Give us a minute to patch up and rearm.
Sure. I wait here. I am not so much good for searching now, yes? Mother always say I would meet a bad end. I am feeling not so well.
I'm not familiar with the purge.
It creates bursts of neutron.
Once the purge is armed, we'll
Sure. Mother always say I would meet a bad end.
Purge controls, huh? Well, we're gonna get Mr. Tartakovsky out of here. If we can help it. But before that, before we make this ginormous game-changing decision, it is break time once again. You guys know the deal. 5 minutes on the clock, 90 seconds of ad time. Feel free to stretch for at least that long. And I will see you after this commercial break. I am back. Sorry about that. I was only 1 minute over. Yay. Alright. Let's go set off these controls and let's purge this lab of the infected creatures. These irrational, insane creatures.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
How many Rachni are in here?
I'm sorry, the sensor network is too damaged to provide an accurate count.
Give me your best guess.
Guessing is beyond my design parameters, Commander.
Oh no, I hate when VI do this.
Are there any survivors in here?
Lady Benezia, an executive secretary of Binary Helix, is on the operations deck. There are no other living crew members within the lab structure.
I guess she doesn't know that Benezia is dead. Situation report?
What's the status of the facility?
Containment breach in Laboratory Pod Gamma. The neutron purge system is functional, but has not been armed.
I need information on the neutron purge.
The neutron purge is a fail-safe system installed within the isolation tube area. In the event of irretrievable containment loss, it is used to resolve the situation.
What exactly does this thing do?
The purge is a neutron burst weapon. 2 volumes of fissionable materials are brought together to form a critical mass. Most of the energy is released in the form of high-speed neutrons. This radiation is instantly lethal to any known form of life within 500 meters.
We would be wise to avoid touching any controls without reading the instructions.
It's always a good idea to RTFM, ma'am.
To what?
RTFM? Read the fine. Hold on, I need to look this up. I don't know what that means. We get to learn live on air, ladies and gentlemen. And non-binaries, though that too. So RTFM. Nope, missing a letter. Oh, read the effing manual. Got it. So, Caden was like cussing by virtue of acronyms. Makes sense. Read the effing manual. Read the freaking manual. Read the fudging manual. Read the fudge manual. Yes, we aren't killing people with neutrons. We're blasting people with fudge. We're killing them with chocolate. I don't know where I was taking that segment. Let's initiate the purge.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Who would have the code?
Director of Operations Yaroslav Tartakovsky, or any executive officer of Binary Helix.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander.
Alright, let's go back and talk to Tartakovsky. Make a new save. Gotta hit that goal of 500.
I am feeling not so well.
I'm not familiar with the purge.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation. Kills.
Once the purge is armed,
Sure. Mother always say I would meet a bad end. I am feeling not so well.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira destruct.
Oh, well, he's a piece of meat now.
Clear.
He's a big frickin' piece of meat now. Bad end? How about worse end? And so much for getting him out alive. Unfortunate. Do we have the purge codes? Move relay, but didn't know where Saren went. And then we've got the hot codes. Before we do this, I think it's contained. I think it's contained to this particular hot lab, but if it ain't, then we need to tell people.
We're moving on.
Logging you out, Commander. Online. How can I help
Activate the neutron purge.
you? I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875-020-079. Code Omega. Local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
Swirl them round and round, then we give them a neural shock. Also, we don't have enough time. We need to equip something else. Keep them moving.
Get down.
Barrier isn't very good. Oh, very bad. Lift. Unity. Where do we have it? Okay, we have another singularity. Not liking all this extra fuss. Definitely not liking all that extra fuss. Now we run. Nice, we got a back turn on the elevator. Interesting that we can't actually go to the science station. So if you had any quests, you needed to do them before you went anywhere. Okay. Got the secure lab, which we can't go back to the ventilation room. I wonder if we're missing something with the restricted area. I'll find that off camera. And if it's something worth noting, I'll load the save and show it to you guys. I hope that will not be necessary. Because we cannot go back. Gotcha.
What's our next move, Commander? Head for the Mu Relay?
The Mu Relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's going, we'd just be wasting our time.
The commander is right. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren.
Who put you in charge? Did the commander resign when I wasn't looking?
We're all on the same team here, Williams. She's just trying to help.
Sorry, Commander.
This is a tough mission. We're all on edge. Everyone go get some rest. Crew, dismissed.
Noveria report is away, Commander. You want me to patch it through to the Council?
Please.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Is this report accurate, Commander? You found Rachni on Noveria?
And then released the Queen. Do you have any idea what you've done? How many generations until they overrun the galaxy?
This Queen is different. She understands why her kind had to be wiped out last time around.
I hope you're right, Shepard. My children's children will pay the price if you're not.
We'll be waiting for your next report, Commander.
Man, I just wanted to do the right thing, you know? Why commit genocide when you don't have to? It just seems very nutso to just not give people a chance, give creatures a chance.
Yes, sir.
You can't stop every crime. You can't stop thought crimes. To do so's kind of a waste of everyone's time.
Boy, am I glad to be off of Noveria. I don't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other will sell them out from under you. With all due respect, Commander.
How's the Normandy performing?
She's the best. Balances. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I...
You want... Top of my class in flight school, I earned that.
I'm sorry, Joker.
You mean, okay, even with put the
Yep,
Normandy in my
yep,
hands and I'm
yep.
looking
I
back.
got you, Joker.
See ya.
You don't really get Joker telling you too much in ME1. Interactions with Joker are more of an ME2 and 3 thing, not so much ME1. You'll learn a lot more about Joker in Mass Effect 2. A lot more. There's tons of character development that happens in ME2. So good. Now, boy, do we have some people to talk to. But first, before we, get to reading things about people, we gotta hear things about people first.
Faster. Sovereign is the flagship of the rogue Spectre Saren. An enormous dreadnought larger than any other ship in any known fleet. It is crewed with both Geth and Krogan. At 2 kilometers long, its spinal-mounted main gun is likely capable of penetrating another dreadnought's kinetic barriers with a single shot. How Saren acquired this incredible warship is unknown. The prevailing opinion is that Sovereign is a Geth construct, while others believe it is a Prothean relic. Its design, however, hints at a more alien and mysterious origin. The attack on Eden Prime demonstrated Sovereign's ability to generate mass effect fields powerful enough to land on a planetary surface. This implies it has a massive Element Zero core and the ability to generate staggering amounts of power.
Disruptor torpedoes are powerful projectiles that with warheads that create random and unstable mass effect fields when triggered. These fields warp space-time in a localized area. The rapid asymmetrical mass changes cause the target to rip itself apart. In flight, torpedoes use a mass-increasing field, making them too massive for enemy kinetic barriers to repulse. Makes sense. This extra mass gives torpedoes very sluggish acceleration, making them easy prey for defensive Guardian weapons. So torpedoes have to be launched at very close range. Torpedoes are the main anti-ship weapon used by fighters. They are launched from point-blank range in ripple fire waves, reminiscent of the ancient Calliope rocket artillery launchers, thus their popular nickname, Callies. By saturating defensive Guardian systems with multiple targets, at least a few will get through. I didn't think there was that much, or I thought there would be a lot more. There is not. Another save, another conversation. Hopefully everybody is enjoying their break and the gameplay and the dialogue, okay?
Anything you need, Commander?
Tactical appraisal.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Killing Saren's, what was Benezia anyway? Second in command? Advisor? Anyway, it should set him back a bit. I'm sure Dr. Tassoni's hurting, though. Poor kid. Having to kill her own mom.
Any opinion on the Rachni?
Off the record, if we had the option, I'd as soon have left it to the Council. We weren't out here during the Rachni War. I'm not sure we have any business getting involved.
Well, we got involved. Deal with it. Suck it up. How about personal input?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I didn't figure you'd have time to talk with all that's going on. I mean, there are reports to file on the Rachni and on Annaleus.
The paperwork will keep. Something on your mind?
I'm just looking for an ear. The debriefing wasn't the right place to say how ridiculous this is. Seems like every other race in the galaxy is wrapped up in their own problems. They don't want to see what's coming.
Wanting to believe everything will be fine? Sounds like human nature to me.
Yeah, I guess some things carry across species well enough. I should remember that after what happened with Vernus.
I think you'd carry a grudge over the crap you took from Vernus.
Before I met Vernus, I knew as much as any other civilian. Aliens were weird, superior, and tried to tell us what to do. I mean, it's only been 26 years since first contact. That's not a lot of time to understand them. It was Vernus who made me see how human aliens are. They're not different or special. They're jerks and saints, just like us. Hell, by the time I got payback, I didn't even want it anymore.
Well, what happened? Why didn't you want payback?
I don't see you snapping very easily. What finally did it?
He hurt Rana. Broke her arm. reached for a glass of water instead of pulling it biotically. She just wanted a drink without getting a nosebleed, you know? Like an idiot, I stood up. Didn't know what I was gonna do, just something. And Vernus lost it. Beat the crap out of me. Kept shouting how they should have bombed us back to the Stone Age. And that's when the knife came up. A military-issue talon, right in my face. I cut loose. Full biotic kick right in the teeth. Almost as strong as I can manage now. At 17, that's something.
You wanted to help a girl you cared for. That's a noble thing.
Maybe my intentions were noble, but I lost control. I killed him, Shepard. Snapped his neck. They probably could have saved him if they got him to an infirmary quick enough, but they didn't. Caused a stir when they shipped him home. Bot training was shut down. Canadix folded a couple of years later. So, yeah, maybe I hated that Turian. I mean, if one ass was enough to judge a whole race, I'd hate humans too.
A reasonable stance. Keep that level head and we'll do fine.
Staying reasonable is about all we've got left. Everyone else in this galaxy seems to have gone out of their minds. Present company accepted, of course.
Well, I can't say I blame Kaidan. I mean, if Vernus was doing things that were just unacceptable, and he did do something more unacceptable once Kaidan did what he did, you know, I don't fault Kaidan for doing what he had to did. Yes, that's a sentence. Had to do, but I sort of see where he's coming from. You know, like thinking back on it, he could have just sat down and have done nothing. He could have just waited and reported it to the authorities. He could have done something else. Anything else. Your mind always races and thinks about things you wish you could have done, or once you realize you could have done something else, your mind wonders, well, what if you did do that something else instead? What if you took the path you didn't take? The road you never followed? The sign you never read? That's a very human thing, to wonder what might have been. If he were still alive, if Vernus were still alive, what untold horrors or newfound blessings would we find?
Anything you need, Commander? We're all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
What's your opinion on the
Killing
last?
I'm sure Dr. Tassoni's hurting, though. Poor kid. Having to kill her own mom.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
If I imagine I'd probably end up doing about the same things in Kaidan's shoes, if I'm being completely honest with you. Maybe. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say whether you would or wouldn't do something. It's easy enough to try to insert yourself in situations that are tense like that, but when you actually get into these situations for real, all that measured thought goes out the window. You're not even thinking like that anymore. You know, there are some people who do, but there are some people who just cave in and just let emotions and natural reflexes and inclinations take over. And that's how some people grow, and they pay for it. They really do.
If you are here to talk about Benezia's death, you need not bother. She brought it upon herself.
Don't pretend it doesn't bother you. She was your mother.
She was. But she was not. I prefer to remember Benezia as she used to be, before she was corrupted by Sovereign's power.
The best of your mother lives on in you. Her determination, her intelligence, her strength.
That is kind of you to say. I appreciate your concern, but I am fine. Benezia chose her path, just as I have chosen mine. I am with you until the end, Shepard.
I like talking with you, Liara, no matter what the subject.
Then let us talk about you. Are you okay?
I'm not sleeping well. The visions keep me up at night.
I wish there was something I could do to help you. You need to be at your best, Commander. The crew relies on you for leadership. It can be a heavy burden.
I can handle the responsibility of command. But if I don't stop Saren, the entire galaxy gets wiped out.
I'm sorry, Commander. The last thing you need is someone constantly reminding you of how grim things are. Is there anything else you would rather talk about?
Remind me again about
Do you
Benezia?
know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
Benezia was swept up in events beyond her control and lost herself. She fell under the spell of indoctrination and became part of the very thing she wanted to stop. But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful, and now she is gone.
Are you going to be okay?
You are kind to ask, Shepard. I do miss her, and I grieve for what happened to her. But I will not let my grief interfere with what we are trying to accomplish.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I honestly thought there would be something else to that, but alas, there is not. You have anything new for us, Dr. Chakwas?
Yes, Commander? Is
No.
there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I thought there would be. Mass Effect 2 does a bit of a better job in allowing like non-companions to actually have additional dialogue. You learn a lot about Mass Effect 2's ship crew, way more than you learn about in 1. Way more. But I'm glad Liara at least has the strength to process, and, you know, she's separating the bad things her mother did from who she was as an Asari, a person, a mortal being.
Never a dull moment with you, Shepard.
You ever go on any missions like ours before?
Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No. But I've had my share of adventures.
Do you remember any that stick out?
A few. I remember one time I was hired by a Volus diplomat. What an ass.
Wow. Volus
I
diplomat.
guess even politicians have need of mercs from time to time, huh?
Time to time. If it wasn't for politicians, I'd be out of work. They're always looking for ways to get ahead. This one was no different. He wanted me to erase his past. Get rid of an old friend who knew too much. Huh. His old friend turned out to be an Asari commando.
I can see why that might give you pause.
What? No. Alina and I were old friends. Sort of. We met when we were both contracted to kill the same Turian. Neither of us wanted the other one to get him first. We spent more time fighting each other than tracking that Turian.
An Asari commando mercenary? That's unusual, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's unusual. Mercs come in all shapes.
You would know.
Anyway, when I told Alina about the diplomat's contract, she and I had a good laugh about it.
So what did you do?
Well, I wasn't going to lose the contract, but I respected Alina. In the end, I let her pick the location where we'd fight. She chose some old Solarian space station overrun with mercs and smugglers. That way we didn't have to worry about hurting any innocent bystanders. Huh. She always was a bit of a softie.
What about the fight? I'm interested.
What happened on the station?
What didn't happen? For 2 days I chased her through that station, used my entire store of ammunition, had to kill a bunch of mercs and use their crap weapons. By the 3rd day, the station was barely holding together. The mercs were dead or gone, life support was failing, but I had her. She'd locked herself in the med labs. She was trying to patch herself up. Damn tough, that one. Then just when I thought I had her, the station's core went critical. Barely made it back to my ship in time.
Did she get out?
I assume the Asari commando didn't make it?
I watched the station from a distance. I never saw her leave. And when that place blew, there was nothing left larger than a Turian's right nut. So I headed back to the diplomat to give him the good news and collect my pay. But before I got halfway there, Alina sent me a message. Better luck next time. Now, superstitious. But if someone can survive that, well, they deserve to live. At least for a bit longer.
What about the Volus and all this?
What about the diplomat? He wanted her dead.
I told him the truth. Alina was still alive and she was really pissed. I told him if he wanted to live, he'd need me around to protect him.
Wow.
And he believed you.
He kept me on as his personal guard until he died. Natural causes. Easiest job I've ever had. A little boring, but credits are credits.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
See, good old Softy. Not all Krogan are kill and be killed. Some have some honor. Rex has some honor. I like that. Good stuff. Ashley, would you like to tell me a little more about that outburst you had with Liara? Miss Racist? She means well, but yeah, I'm not too happy with what she said personally.
Hey, Skipper. Any interest in a small drink? It's a special occasion.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the first contact war ended. My family always marks it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
Flattered.
Seems like an odd thing to celebrate. That was 26 years ago.
In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
There's almost nothing in your files. Technical scores and a list of crap assignments.
There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
I see. That's why you drive yourself so hard.
A Williams has to be better than the best, if only to avoid suspicion. That's what my dad told me the night before he retired. Takes a special kind of thick-headed to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyway. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that.
What happened to your grandfather after the war?
Interesting.
He was relieved of command as soon as Shanxi was liberated. They brought him back to Earth in irons, but there was never a trial. They quietly demoted him and stuck him behind a desk. He retired a year later and spent the rest of his life working construction in the colonies. Sometimes we hear about attempts to get him exonerated in some official way. Nothing ever comes of him.
As I recall, your grandfather held out for a long time.
The Turians wrecked the orbitals in the first wave and occupied the major cities. They sat in orbit, dropping rocks on anything that moved. Granddad dispersed the troops, but when they went into the cities for supplies, the Turians would wreck a block to eliminate one fire team. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving, and he couldn't contact Alliance High Command. So he surrendered the garrison.
Can I help you somehow?
I should have figured this out myself. I don't know how I can help you, though.
Look at who I am, Shepard. Do you ever hear me ask for help? It's not that bad things don't happen to me. If you stay with me long enough, maybe I'll tell you about some of them. But I deal with them myself. I don't need a shoulder to cry on, a knight to rescue me, or a man to make me happy. This is who I am. I like her. And you better like her too. So, you still interested in me? Baggage and all?
You're interested in me? It's hard to tell.
Maybe I'm not. I guess you've been too busy saving the galaxy to think about it. But hey, once we save the galaxy, maybe the Alliance will get its act together. Start acting like an actual government.
Commence the saving!
The Alliance isn't perfect, but it does well enough.
Have to disagree with you there, Skipper. Giving aliens the run of our most advanced ship? Kowtowing to the Council?
The Alliance should be able to stand on its own. We can't. Yet. Why not learn from the races who've been standing for the last 1,000 years?
How can you say that, given everything we've seen out here? They're already acting like Saren is our problem, already sicking us on the bear. The Council races will always think of themselves first. It's human nature. We can't afford to trust them, not if the survival of humanity is on the line.
We can work with them, Ashley. Come on. We talked about this and it seemed like you were going on such good pace. even with the outburst. And now we're parsing this conversation again.
Ash, you believe in God, an infallible, all-knowing creator with a plan for the universe. You think the diversity of views in the galaxy wasn't part of that?
I don't know what God intends, Shepard. I don't think humans have some divine mandate, if that's what you mean. I don't think we're superior.
Humans are aggressive. We think fast, we move fast. Wars have started because of our need for constant progress. The Council can balance that.
Well, that's... Huh. Guess I never thought of it that way. All big picture, I mean. It doesn't make what happened to Granddad any better, though.
Too true.
What happened to your grandfather shouldn't have happened.
Well, at least somebody knows that. And a Star of Terror recipient, no less. Granddad must love that. I have a feeling things will come to a head soon. But don't worry, Shepard. I'll protect you.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right? They were dangerous, Skipper. They proved that 2,000 years ago. I think it was a mistake to let them go. But that wasn't my call to make. It was yours. If you haven't talked to Dr. Tassoni, you probably should. She just lost her mom. That has to hurt. Just saying, Skipper.
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Goodness. Good conversation. Okay, it was a little bit dicey there, but I think we patched that up. Good stuff. Now, if there's anyone I expect to not like the release of the Rachni, it's gonna be this gentleman right here. Alright, Vicarian, let me have it.
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
For?
What for, Garrus?
For everything. Taking me with you, letting me be part of your team. I've learned a lot. I've thought a lot about what you've told me. About not sacrificing innocence to achieve the goal. About finding the best way through, not just the fastest. And I've been thinking about Dr. Saleon, too. I'd convinced myself that he deserved to die, but then I started thinking about why I wanted him dead. I realized it wasn't because of what he did to those people. That was part of it, but I think most of it was because he got away from me. He escaped under my watch, and I didn't like that. I let it become personal.
Words mean nothing until you turn them into action, Garrus. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm going back to CSEC. I think I can make a difference there. I'll also reapply for Spectre training, but I'll do it right. I won't compromise myself to get there. If the people I'm sworn to protect can't trust me, then I don't deserve to be the one protecting them.
I'm glad you've learned this, Garrus. That makes me smile from ear to ear, just listening to personal growth. It's always inspiring to listen to someone's personal growth stories.
I'm glad you see it that way. Keep that in mind when we meet Saren.
Don't worry, Commander. I will.
That's thanking me, but what else do you have to say?
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
What for, Garrus?
For everything. I've thought a lot about what you... And I've been thinking... I realized it wasn't... He escaped under my watch, and I didn't like that.
Words mean nothing.
I'll also... If the people I'm sworn to protect can't trust...
I'm glad you see it.
Don't worry, Commander. I will.
Okay, and then we have Tali to talk to. Goodness. Hopefully you've got some nice things to say about all this, Tali. And then we could go back to Pharos.
It feels like we're getting near the end, doesn't it, Shepard? With Saren, I mean.
It won't be much longer. One way or another, it'll all be over soon.
You'll find the conduit before he does. I know you will. You have to. And after this is all over, when my pilgrimage ends and I go back to my own people, I'll be proud to say I was a part of it.
We couldn't have done this without you, Tali.
You've been good to me. A lot of people treat Quarians like second-class citizens. They just want us to go back to our fleet and disappear. But you've treated me just like everyone else on your crew. Like an equal. That means a lot, and it says something about you. Whatever happens, I just want to say thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to miss you when you go back to your own people, Tali.
That won't happen for a while yet. I'll be right here anytime you need me.
I should go.
See you later.
Oh, the warm fuzzies. I love the warm fuzzies after a good conversation with friends and allies. Those are the kinds of conversations people don't really have too often in the real world. Makes sense, we're in a technological era. And most people are working in much smaller capacities, part of companies, or doing important research, or working at a security firm, or they're cogs in a machine. And we need people like that. But everyone has their own story to tell, and it's good to remember that we're not just cogs in a machine.
We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel. Top priority clearance.
I'll take it in the comm room.
Okay. Let's take this transmission then.
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
Tell me.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
You mean spies?
Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
What did they find?
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeer.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeer. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
Vermeer. Oh, that is... Vermeer is gonna be a bit of a quagmire for us. There's something really major that happens in Quagmire. In Quagmire. In Vermeer. And I don't think people are gonna like it once it comes on air. Not gonna say more than that. Interesting, we can't land there at all now. That's interesting. I'll have to look into the ramifications of this. And if it turns out that we totally missed some stuff by activating the purge and then not, not talking to people before we hit the purge, that could be a problem. Alright. Let's go... There's Vermeer. Local cluster. Alright, we could go back to the Attican beta then. Let's go to the Pharaoh system. Oh, we can't actually land there because we were already there. I assume we'll be able to land back on it later.
Message coming in.
Of course there is.
Commander, I'm glad you're in the area. We've got an emergency situation, and you're the only one I can trust to get the job done.
How can I help, Admiral?
Biotic fanatics have hit a medical research station with a psychotropic drug. The drugs have temporarily driven researchers crazy, and the biotics are effectively using them as human shields.
So if I shoot everything that moves, a lot of researchers are gonna die.
Exactly. A normal team could handle the biotics, but a lot of innocent researchers would die during the operation. That's why I contacted you. I'm hoping you can keep the casualties to a minimum.
I'll do everything within my power to bring those researchers back safely, Admiral.
I know you will, Commander. I'm sending you the station coordinates now. Fifth Fleet out.
Okay, so we're in the Attican beta. Let's check out our journal. Siege base, eliminate the biotics, minimizing casualties. Chloe located in the Caucasus system of the Hades Gamma cluster. That's in a completely different system. Hades Gamma, right? Well, I guess we could go to Hades Gamma. Sure. Anateus, Cacus, Farinata, Disp. Why did Anateus, Farinata, Dis? There were 3 before. We're gonna go to Plutus and make sure I haven't read any of these. If I see something that sounds familiar, I'll know I'm here. That we've been here before. I only remember 3 being part of the system before. Noveria, Maitla. Okay, nope, we've not been here before. Let's read. Noveria is a huge hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane in its atmosphere. Orbital period 239.2 Earth years, radius 78,204 kilometers, a day length of 10 Earth hours, fast rotation, orbit not so much. Check for an asteroid. Checking for a big asteroid. Nothing of the sort. How about non-dual? Level 1 heat hazard. Okay. Though it is one of the oldest entries in the star charts, non-dual has not yet been fully mapped. It is the largest body in the asteroid belt of the blue star Plutus, not only large enough to maintain a spherical shape, but also massive enough to retain its noxious carbon and sulfur dioxides venting from the many volcanoes as an atmosphere. Non-dual is rapidly volcanic, and the source of its great heat is also the source of its inordinate mass. Non-dual is a secondary source of element 0, coalesced around a large chunk of Ezo ejected by a supernova billions of years ago. Surface conditions are extremely hazardous. In addition to the thin crust and numerous magma flows, wide stretches of the landscape were coated with slippery ash and cinders ejected from the volcanoes. Interesting. Orbital period 94 Earth years, radius 4439 kilometers, day length 46.9 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.88 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 127 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.85 Gs. We know that non-dual is the landable planet. Let's go to the next one. Clocrylus is a modest rock planet, roughly the size of Mars. It is a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and methane. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of silicate rock with deposits of aluminum and other light metals. Clocrylus has a very weak magnetic field. In addition to very high levels of solar radiation, it is not suitable for Mass Effect drive discharge operations. Orbital period 25.2 Earth years, radius of 3,675 kilometers, day length 57 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.37 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of 161 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.39 G. Survey says Samarium. Nice. Maitla is a terrestrial planet with a light atmosphere of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide, H2S, one of my favorite molecules. The surface is hot and mainly composed of magnesia with deposits of sulfur. Magnesia? I haven't heard of this word before. I think they meant magnesium. Over a dozen volcanoes are currently erupting across the surface. Orbital period 3.3 Earth years. Radius 6,914 kilometers. Nice, almost. Day length 33.4 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure of 0.48 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature of 497 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity of 0.88 Gs. Hot place. Also, if you're wondering why I've sort of lowered the pitch of my voice and its intensity, it's 10 at night when this stream is happening, and my folks are trying to sleep, so I'm trying to be semi-considerate of what they're doing. Then we have Mingato. Mingato is a sun-baked wasteland of sodium chlorates. Chlorates? I feel like there should be a chlorates in there, and radioactive. Its relatively light mass has left it tidally locked to the star Plutus, with a dayside hot pole and a nightside cold pole. A powerful solar wind has stripped most of the atmosphere away. Orbital period 1.4 Earth years, radius 4,384 kilometers, day length 1.4 Earth years, atmospheric pressure 0.2 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of 675 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.44 Gs. Survey says uranium. Nice. Alright, let's turn to non-Nuon land. Non-Null can be anything, so we're gonna take the boys. The big boys. Wow, looks like an asteroid, kind of. Do we have any points for folks? No, just the people who haven't gotten level up since then. Alright. So, we're wanting him to focus on assault rifles more than sniper rifles. 4 there. 4 there. And 4 here. Looks good. And then for you, we have 10 points. Let's get advanced throw. Put some into advanced stasis. And we'll master shotguns now. Alright, new saves. We have the anomaly, the warlord's outpost, and the debris. Hopefully we'll find a mineral deposit somewhere along the way. What kind of anomaly do we have here? Looks like a giant shipping crate. It's merc stuff. Okay. This mercenary was carrying a League of One medallion. There's no indication of how or where he found it. Judging by the footprints in the ash, the two mercenaries were facing each other over the crate when they died. Both suffered single gunshot wounds and have a rifle close beside them. Prying open the crate, you discovered a carefully wrapped handwritten copy of one of Matriarch Dillanaga's treatises. It is unlikely she penned it herself, but the flowing brushwork and intricate watercolor illustrations clearly show the hand of a master scribe. Let's take all these sweet goodies. So I guess mercs have kind of fought it out over who was going to get Matriarch Dillanaga's writings. Cool, I guess. Let's go to the debris field next. And then after that, we could take our well-deserved final break. So, Space Age games, what do people think of them? Like them? I know Starfield's supposed to be another one. I want it. I want to pre-order it so bad, but I gotta get a job first. And then after that, I gotta, you know, have my money hit all the important stuff first. Debt payment, insurance, car. Gonna have to get a handle on all of that. And then I can have money for fun stuff. Yes, it is. It's parked. It's still rolling. Just let me have it, game. Nope. Okay, we got it. We got it. Good. I was a little worried about that. Into the vehicle. And now we'll make our way toward the outpost. Maybe we should return back to the Citadel as well and see if there are new quests to be had after dealing with Noveria. Might be smart to do, huh? But I love stuff like this. I love the fact that it's a shooter and an RPG. I do like this game quite a bit. I say this about any game I play. I'm kind of easy to please in that regard, but I really am being genuine when I say that I do like Mass Effect. I'm not just pulling a streamerism, like a live content. I gotta modulate what I say. I'm being earnest. Oh, that was close. Have we ever actually seen a samarium deposit? I guess we're seeing it now. It looks like a chunk of rock. Alright, gotta keep going. We're almost there. Hopefully there won't be Geth or Krogan on the way here. I hear Warlord. I think Krogan. When I hear that, whenever I hear it. Not allowed in. I think this is required for quest. Usually these like freestanding areas are you know, we can go here. We're gonna drive around a little bit and see if, you know, there's something on this side of the planet that will unlock the location, but this appears to be locked behind a quest of some kind. Alright, where do we want to go? Maybe over here somewhere? And if I find nothing, we'll just return back to the Normandy. Doesn't look like there's anything. Yeah, nope, nothing. Let's return to the Normandy then. We'll have to write that down. Also, while I'm here, I need to note the pixel range that the camera sits in. That framing appears to be 986 by... Actually, I should write it the other way. 1786 by 986 pixels. And camera positions, I'll just write in PX up here. And I'm gonna move this so I can get the diameter. Okay. Those aren't pixel dimensions. That's telling me the position, like the 4 coordinates on the dock. Well, as much as I would love to keep playing, my body isn't going to let me. I'm going to have to take a bathroom break, which just so happens to coincide with our actual break. I'm going to bump this one up to 7 minutes, because I could be on the toilet a while. You guys know how nature works. So I'm going to be playing a full 3 minutes of ads. I appreciate anyone who sticks around to watch these. I don't blame you if you want to leave. Sorry, can't be helped. But you guys know the spiel. The only difference is what I just told you. I'll see you after the commercial. Sorry, I'll see you after the commercial break. So sorry about that. I was definitely answering nature's call. But yes, to answer your question, I am still streaming. I've got about 47 minutes left to go. Counting down. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the long break, as I've already explained answering Mr. Rowan Darcy's question. Also, welcome back, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Glad to have you with us. Hopefully dinner was good, and Mom is doing well. I look like I'm okay. I don't feel like I've dropped anywhere in the camera. Like, I don't feel my chair being depressed, but you never know. A depressed chair. I mean the physical word, of course. Right. Well, we can't really deal with Non-Newell yet. Like, we landed there, but had a building we couldn't get into, which tells me there's a quest locked behind it. So for the time being, we're gonna get away from Plutus, go to Cacus. I could totally make a puerile, vile joke with the name Cacus, but I'm going to resist. Trey Yarmus. Mass Effect, you were making it too easy to make fun of your names. Hello, Trey Yarmus. It is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with a powerful magnetic field, making it a popular discharge site for the freighters working the Anansi Ishtar shipping route. It is popular enough, in fact, that Quarian ships can often be found loitering in orbit, selling the freighter crews cheap refreshments, salvage, and odd craft works assembled by their children. There are no ships in orbit at present, however. Orbital distance 51.8 astronomical units, orbital period of 286.7 Earth years, radius 42,211 kilometers, day length of 12.8 Earth hours. What a gas giant. What about Farangor? That sounds like a name of something out of Lord of the Rings. Farangor. Guardian of Moria or something like that. A large but low-density terrestrial world, Farangor is generally believed to consist mainly of water ice. Occasional upwelling of metals caused by the interacting tidal forces of several large moons suggests the core is small but extremely dense. Farangor has a thin atmosphere, carbon dioxide, and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of dark carbon-laced water ice. 10 years ago, Farangor's grim surface color and dim illumination drew the cinematographer Risa Uvarson to film the exterior scenes of Starless. On location, acknowledged as a masterpiece of gothic horror, the sets, well preserved by the vacuum, draw hundreds of tourists to the backwater system every year. Orbital distance 20.2 astronomical units. Orbital period of 69.8 Earth years, almost nice. Radius 11,129 kilometers. Day length 69.6 Earth hours, almost nice. Atmospheric pressure, none to speak of, 0.00 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature of, oh, there are no G's. Okay. Negative 144 degrees Celsius. Survey says polonium. We got some polonium. Several small deposits of polonium. So the reason we're here in Cacus is General Hackett, or Admiral Hackett, gave us a mission. We gotta go deal with a hostage situation. Biotics slip some drugs into the atmosphere of a planet. Choi, I think is how you say this. Could be Koi as well. And they're using researchers, like biotic researchers, as meat shields. So we gotta, like, save them. And then we can get back to Pharos, hopefully. Zamari is a small, airless, cratered terrestrial, a lifeless rock quite similar to Luna. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of silicates, though one hemisphere has several seas of dark basaltic rock. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Like I said earlier, before we took the break, I had it's 10:45 at night, and I'm trying to consider the people that are sleeping near me. You know, I'm trying to think about them having to get up in the morning. Orbital period of 36.1 Earth years, radius of 2,236 kilometers, day length of 42.1 Earth hours, no atmospheric pressure to speak of, surface temperature of negative 117 degrees Celsius, surface gravity of 0.19 Gs. Then we were going to go to Zayarder, which we can survey. Good, I picked right. An enigmatic terrestrial planet, Zayarder has a hazy atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of calcium with deposits of sodium. Not gonna lie, I just realized you were muted for some reason. I just thought you were being quiet. Hold on, I'm putting an emoji in chat for this. Gotta find a regular emoji to use here. There we go. Yeah, okay, so now that you've realized that, I'll answer your question again. I'm still streaming, but we've got 40 minutes on the clock this time. I think I answered as having like 47 minutes on the clock before. I should have remembered that you muted the tab. So I should have remembered that. Otherwise I would have just typed it in chat. Yeah, sorry for the I had to answer nature's call when you sent me that message on the chat earlier. So I do apologize for not getting to it sooner. It was on the John. Sucks, I know. Where was I in reading this? Deposit sodium, right. 3 times in the last century. Either way, I'll be here till you're done. Still just vibing. Also, it's okay if you're quiet. I bet they're sleeping. It's not really Dad I'm worried about. It's Deb, who is in the room next to mine. That's the person I'm worried about. She gets real cranky when someone interrupts her sleep. Can't blame her. 3 times in the last century, ships stopping to discharge at Triarmus have reported geometric patterns of lights on the dark side of Zayarder. Attempts at closer investigation proved fruitless. The lights disappear when ships approach the inner system. Okay. Orbital distance, 2 astronomical units. Orbital period, 2.1 Earth years. Radius of 5,535 kilometers. Day length of 53.8 Earth years. 0.5 Earth atmospheres for atmospheric pressure. 166 degrees Celsius and a surface gravity of 0.7 Gs. Survey says we've picked up some mercury. Good. One thing I'll mention, for those who are kind of watching and just coming in on this episode, if you want experience and you want a lot of experience, go survey the planets. I promise they're worth your time, even if it is tedious. When we get ready to do the chocolate playthrough, we'll get some help in this department and we won't have to survey everything. I probably still will just for the experience, but every rare mineral counts. You have to get like 20 metal and like 10 rare metals, and I think six sources of like radioactive material. That's a lot of planets, and it's 1 per planet. Unless you like actually go and do everything for the Mako missions. So if you're just like driving from point to point and don't bother looking for minerals, then you're gonna be surveying till the end of time. You want to give yourself as much space as possible for the survey missions. Not just that, but you'll also miss out on Delanaga's writings, the League of One, and the Turian colony insignias. You won't get them all if you don't survey everything. Koei is a terrestrial planet whose surface is mainly composed of aluminum, with numerous deposits of calcium. Though it has enough mass to retain a dense atmosphere, Koei is nearly a vacuum. This lack of atmosphere allows a moderate average temperature, but the differences between night and day are extreme. The surface of Koei's sunward-facing side is usually covered by a haze of volatiles, mainly water vapor and carbon dioxide, which return to the ground as frost over the course of the long, cold night. The Serta Foundation has established a research post on Koei to investigate the native subterranean life of Koei, which shows incredible resilience to extremes of heat and cold. Imagine so. Probably a hotbed for a lot of archaea. That's ancient organisms similar to bacteria, but they have systems to better deal with the extremes, such as having ether linkages instead of ester linkages. The way that their cell walls are made, basically. Ether is a lot more temperature or like chemistry resilient compared to our like ester linkages that are seen in our DNA. Why am I thinking cell wall? That's the bacteria. Bacterial DNA, their archaeal DNA is made with ether linkages instead, and their cell walls are the same way. It's made using tons of ether. They're very durable for this reason. Orbital distance, 3.7 astronomical units. Orbital period, 5.4 Earth years. Radius of 8,000 kilometers. Day length of 54.5 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure, none to speak of. Surface temperature, 11 degrees Celsius. Matches up with the description. Surface gravity, 1G. Nice, so it's like our planet. Let's land. We're dealing with biotics, so I know who I'm bringing. And hopefully either Caden or Liara will have something to say about it. Ooh, starlit sky. Very pretty. Thankfully, the nighttime temperature outside my house also seems to have cooled down, so it's not as bad as it was earlier. I was sweating earlier today. Got the anomalous signal, the science base, and the debris field. Let's head here first. And hopefully we'll find a mineral deposit along the way somewhere. At the end of the stream, before I give shoutouts and stuff for the night, oh, I'll read this comment. Yeah, it's cooling down because of the storm passing through our area. It's supposed to rain again tomorrow and drop the temperature again somewhat good. I don't know about the flooding, but, you know, if the rain could space itself out about every other day, every 2 to 3 days, that'll be good. We don't want the summertime temperatures to reach an all-time high. I literally melt in the temperatures we have now. Never mind what happens at, 90, 100 degrees. Can't wait for that time of year. And Georgia, South Carolina is supposed to be really bad for the heat if it's dry. And that's with the El Nino on top of that. We won't even have the traditional wet heat because of it. Nice, we have 8. And we get Dillanaga's writings as well. While sifting through the pile of debris, you discovered another Matriarch Dillanaga's writings. It's in bad shape, but most of it is still intact. It's like looking at the old Apocrypha pages. They're said to be in bad shape, and the text is somewhat hardly readable, but you at least have it. It's preserved. More of Dillanaga's writings. I wasn't expecting 2. Usually it's 1. It looks like someone's been living in this place. The small crate held some stale food and one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings. It's still in fairly good condition, unlike the food. Why wouldn't eat someone's food in the first place? That's kind of sus behavior. Oh, we've got... Wow. We're getting some 9s. I thought it went up to 8. I guess it's 9. Regarding the rise in temperature, what would you think of borrowing the portable AC unit Mom and I got back when we had the old unit? We technically have, like, window AC units. So I guess I don't need it. But if that AC is quieter, or it's like a freestanding AC unit, I'm forgetting the exact unit I'm talking about. Maybe that would be a nice idea. Regardless of how often I'll be at the house over the next couple of... Probably the next half a year, if I'm being honest with myself. It's not clear who owns this container, but you discover one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings inside. I'll think on it. I guess my sincere answer will probably be, I'll think on it and get back with you, probably tomorrow. Is that an amenable response? Alright, let's get that debris field. Oh, I guess we were meant to blow the darn thing up. Well, we don't really need to do that. Managed to get through just fine. So you think if they would include a... Maybe they were just including the fuel tank out of some sense of decoration. Give the, modular housing some sort of, liveliness. Vivacity. Good on BioWare devs, I guess. We were thinking about how their worlds might appear. Well, unfortunately, these still are barren rock wasteland fields. Oh, I thought the Mako was gonna flip completely over, and it was gonna be real bad for all of us. I mean, we would have just gotten out of the Mako and flipped it, but that's still kind of a waste of time. I'm paranoid about my camera positioning and stuff, so I'm trying to be, like, real cogent, real cognizant of that. So I apologize if my eyeballs are darting all over the place, my face is darting all over the place. I'm constantly worried about the position, because my webcam moves slightly over time. You wouldn't think so, but this isn't marked on the map. What is this? Oh, I think I know what it is. Are we ready for a Thresher Maw? Yep. You gonna sick tentacles? Okay, there's one. I'll have to focus on this part. Alright, you gonna get back up, sir? There you go. Oh, you sly devil. Don't move. Wow. What a sniper. If you see a marking for a Thresher Maw like this, make sure you go out of your way and kill it. They're worth a lot of credits, a lot of experience. You get like a couple 100K from that? Which is just insane. Absolutely massive. I think I've mentioned that a few times before when we started fighting the Thresher Maws, but I think given that it's been a few episodes since we've seen one, because we're actually on, you know, planets doing main story missions, the Thresher Maws become increasingly worth it over time. Because that experience and those credits do scale. And heck, even if it was only like a couple, couple 10,000 credits, that would still be a pretty nice reward. As long as the experience point reward didn't change. Aren't they also an issue in ME2? Yes, they are an issue in ME2. I forget whether... I think in ME2, you fight one on the ground, like on foot. And it's way harder. Because, the stuff just eats bullets. But I don't think you're misremembering, or if you are, well then I guess I could say we're in good company. We'll misremember together. Or you can look it up, your choice. Just maybe be gentle with the spoilers. Think so, think it's part of the main story. Yeah, I seem to recall it being like a companion mission or something. Because you do get another Krogan with you. I don't think you get Rex for that. I think you get someone else. And you end up having to fight either something on the Krogan homeworld or some other subworld that's attached to that companion story. I think I saved. Let's save again. I think his name is Grunt. Yep. I believe that's correct. Minor spoilers. Take down the terrorists, but remember to check your targets. The civilians are so addled by the drug, they'll wander into the middle of a firefight. Gotcha. Nope. Let's get out a sniper rifle. Hit our targets real careful, like. And maybe we'll pick up some nice collectibles in the meantime. That is the wrong button coin. Once the firefighting starts, I will have to focus a little bit because, we're dealing with, friendlies that we don't want to shoot. But until then, oh, well, speak of the devil. Okay, we're gonna crouch and see if we can... It's the scientist. That's a scientist. Or maybe we can pick out just the biotics. Good so far. Haven't really found any... Okay, there's a biotic terrorist. And another biotic terrorist. Retreat. Gotta mind the other stuff going on. Put on barrier. Nice. Real nice. We're all down on the ground. Let's put one in stasis for the time being. Oh. Drop frames. No, that wasn't the button I wanted to press, computer. Thank you. Let me know if we are good. I experienced some drop frames just now, and I don't want to move until I know you guys can hear things again. And just in case... Typing one-handed sucks. Seems fine on your end? Okay. Gotcha. Thanks for that. Thank you. Alright. Let's finish this little firefight. Neural shock. Sabotage. Okay, good. They're singed or torched. Okay, any friendlies? It looks like there's an insane scientist. Oh, wait, did someone die just now? Okay, no, we're good, we're good. Singularity. That's one. Oh. Nah, okay. I shouldn't be laughing in a firefight. We're gonna reload that. Because I couldn't tell if that singularity killed someone or not. I think it did. Oh, no, there they are.
They're in my head. All of them. With knives. They're all crawling through my fingers. I can feel their...
Where is... Did you see it? It was just here. So beautiful.
What were you doing to them? Well, we could tell because look at that orange gas. So far, so good.
When I smile, the walls chime. I'm making so much music.
Hopefully we either get a perfect or we get like an okay, and we're able to like navigate our way out of that when we talk to the Admiral. I can't imagine. Shepard, what you doing? You keep wanting to course correct, but you're walking sideways now. Oh, good stuff. Just walk, just jogging to the side. Between the T-posing doctor and the, you know, Shepard not, Shepard, you good? Nope. And it looks like the heat's cranked back up. Goodness. At least he's not T-posing? Too true. That would have been a meme magnet. Like, absolute T-posing doctor is all we need. We don't need Shepard doing this. Alright. I thought maybe the actual, you know, the crewmates would matter, but this seems to be a random mission. I could have brought along anybody. Maybe it was best we brought along precise fire units, though, as both, let's see, both Ashley and Rex use shotguns, so that's not going to be very good for casualties. And I just need to see him T-posing, sliding around the map, firing a weapon that's inexplicably attached at the elbow. Yeah, that would be good old meme footage. I'm sure someone's put it on YouTube or something. We can find it. Maybe off camera, though. Unless the clip is just so funny, I think the world should see it. Alright, let's return to the Normandy. Yeah, I would love to know. That seems like a kind of thing you'd find in Andromeda. Oh, certainly. It's funnier experiencing it live and in the wild. Agreed. It'd be interesting to see it once. And then, I hope, never again.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Good work, Commander. You took down the biotics with minimal collateral damage.
I killed innocent people today, Admiral. The biotics set it up, but I pulled the trigger.
The biotics had every advantage, including human shields. You lost a handful of civilians. Any other unit I sent in would have lost dozens of innocent lives. You saved a lot of lives today, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
I'm hoping that that's just an unavoidable message, because if it wasn't, I'll probably go back and play that on my own time and figure out whether or not I could have done that perfectly with no casualties. I feel like I would have had to have my teammates stasis each other while I fight them all, you know, one kill shot at a time. You know what I always say. If it's necessary for me to, redo something, I will redo it. And I will show you guys what happens when we redo it properly. But here's hoping that that's not necessary. Let's go to Pharos and, put an end to that little mission. And then we'll have to go to the Citadel, and see about the next batch of missions. Because I'm fairly sure this would be the point where you should go back and check on things in the Citadel. Come on, game, we've seen this once or twice before, let me skip it. Depending on where we get to in wrapping up stuff on Pharos, I have no problem with extending the stream so we could get it done. Thankfully, we could skip a whole bunch of dialogue since we've been here before. We just need to make sure we hit the, and take you along, and I'm gonna take, guess we'll take Miss Ashley, sure. But if I don't think I can push it, I won't.
Interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
Because it's already 11:12.
Love. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
I would like to avoid a repeat of what happened with the last Discord stream, where I ended up streaming super late at night and ended up crossing over to the dawn of the next day. That's awful. None of my crowd, none of the people I have are midnight people like that. And unfortunately, with things being what they are in my personal life, I doubt I'm going to have a normal schedule until I grab a job, but I've already hashed that story earlier today on camera. I don't want to repeat it again. Anyone wanting to hear it can either ask me directly, or they can watch the VOD. Any of those things work. Alright. So we need to get your fitness up. We should do that now. Sorry to hear. I could sympathize, though. I imagine so. Everyone has tough times in life. You just gotta learn to let that stuff roll off your back and try to live your life as best as you can. I guess we'll try to get... We got melee damage, and weapon damage by a smaller percentage. Yeah, let's get your protections up. Yep. Looks like either the humidity kicked in or the, or, you know, my not homeopathic, homeostatic capabilities started kicking in again. Let's get that dampening up. Good. Okay. We got those stats all tricked out.
I'll try to keep an eye on things. I don't know how long we can hold out while their command post is intact.
Trying to think. What were we doing here again? Yes, we had that whole thing with Ethan Jong, excuse me, and we couldn't pass the charm check for that. So what we're going to be doing is mostly trying to see if we can get past that charm check this time. Still ridiculous that it's a 12 at the start, but at the elevator, we've got the stairs down to the tunnels. Right, we want to take this elevator to the Skyway. Hello, sweet Mako. Good to see you again. You're a rough ride, Mako, but you know what? You get us loads of experience. I'm willing to look past our troubled relationship. You do good work. That's more than I could say for the experience in Mass Effect 2. I think that those land missions were even worse. In some capacities, just in terms of what they expect on you. Even if the handling is better, they still ask a lot more of you in 2 than in 1. This was after all the negative reviews the Mako received as well. And of course some people are going to be not my Mako, not my Mass Effect. So I have heard of some sub forums being like, if it doesn't have janky Mako controls, it's not a Mass Effect worth playing, which I think is just silly. Oh right, we have to go one step further. The Mako missions were just never my cup of tea. The way it drives makes me angry. Well, then you're in good company, because some of the controls do make my blood boil after a while, but you learn to deal. The chocolate playthrough will fix some of that for us. Makes some parts of it worse, though. When I was testing the mods for the improved Mako controls, pretty much the effect I got was faster, but it turns more wildly out of control. It could take a tighter turn, but you have to come to a stop faster. Which, really the problem was never taking a tight turn. The turn radius of the Mako was never a problem. It was more about the way it moved, depending on the camera facing. Which even the mod that I have, even the mods that are out there, don't fix this. None of them do. If your camera is pointing forward, and you press A, or you move to the left, you'll move left until you turn your camera, and then you're no longer moving left. You're moving a difference between left and the rotation of the camera. That's the part of it that's nutty, is just the unintuitive controls. What? I'm sorry, what? What just happened? Okay. Let's get those key bindings at work. I didn't know the Mako had a zoom. I never used it. Aim, hold, change zoom level, repair, jump jets. What did I do to get the Mako to zoom like this? Okay. Yeah, it has a zoom apparently. I wasn't even falling. All I did was turn a tire over the fence and do. You failed. Oh, that put us way behind schedule. I guess I'm gonna make tighter saves. But, yeah, it must be for aiming like the rapid fire cannon. I'm mortified at what happened with that, with that Skyway. That should not have happened. Yeah, I imagine it's for, like, getting some fine precision on the rapid fire gun, up front. But the level of precision that the guns have without being zoomed in is just fine. Doesn't need a long-range zoom. Maybe it's for, like, the, not for the rapid fire cannon. Maybe it's for, like, aiming the bigger burst cannon, up top. But even so, you really don't need a zoom for that. That's weird. And I don't know how I hit the zoom while also not having a binding for it. Oh, okay. It does have a binding. It's control. Let's see what her zoom looks like. That's really cool, actually. It's unnecessary, but it's cool. See, even though I've beaten this game, I learned something new all the time. Apparently Mr. Rowan Darcy also learned something new as well. We're both veterans of the game. We both didn't know the Mako had a zoom. This is just wild. Because again, the onboard gun has enough precision that you don't need to, are you telling me I didn't need to be 2 inches from the TV screen in order to see the enemies in the Mako? My poor eyesight. I wouldn't say that. If you're blind and astigmatic without your glasses, then, you know, zooming in on the Mako ain't gonna fix it. But if you wanted to, like, I don't know, aim for, say, a Thresher Maw's open mouth, where you do extra damage, then you could, the zoom in is great for that. If you wanted to, like, snipe a Geth armature from further away, that would be what you'd use it for. I don't know. I think in a practical firefight you wouldn't use it. I don't know what the bind for the vehicle zoom in is on controller, but I know you bind on the keyboard. It's bound to specifically left control. I can do it on command now, pretty much. I'm gonna have to try to use this thing when we're on like planets that don't have firefights on them. I've still got 5 minutes. I'm trying to make good time. And maybe we make a save. So we don't, you know, go over the Skyway fence and die. It's just wild that I could have been seeing... Game, you're not doing this a second time. Stop that. Could have been seeing more clearly a decade ago. Yeah, so this is pretty good zoom. You couldn't really tell that there's a panel there. Even at this distance, it's kind of hard to make out. The second level of zoom lets you clearly see the interaction panel. It doesn't highlight as a target, but you at least know it's there. So I would say it's pretty decent zoom. Pinky is spazzing out something fierce. Because it's doing the whole left shift thing, and my Pinky doesn't like doing this that much. So the sooner we get on land, the better. Maybe popping a knuckle or two would help. Yeah, that seemed to have made it slightly better. I think that doing that particular move was creating a pressure differential in my Pinky. My Bursay did not like that. I'm making a guess. I probably don't really know why that's happening. Really? Remember, Coin, it's spacebar. It's not anything else. I believe we already investigated this room, so we should be okay. Gonna check again just to be sure. Yeah, we did this. Okay, good. So now we go back into the point of no return. Go to a Geth temple, I guess. Oh, I definitely want to push the stream now. You don't miss good air conditioning until it's gone.
Damn it! I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth, or one of those Baron.
Okay.
You're safe now.
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on, and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
Just make sure you don't mess up your sleep too much by prolonging the stream. Oh, it's completely borked, but I appreciate your concern. It's very duly noted.
We'll get you out as soon as we find out.
It's not the Geth. They don't want anyone else getting access to the...
I'm here for the Geth. It's very important I find out what they're after.
I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the Thorian.
Thorian? What is that exactly?
It's an indigenous life form. Exogeny was studying it.
Crap. I had something and I was gonna say, and I've completely forgot. Right. I'm skipping dialogue because we've seen this before, so my apologies if, I'm doing my best to keep an eye out for different dialogue, but I believe we had Tally the last time as well, and she asked the exact same things. So I'm trying not to, waste too much time by repeating things we've already seen, apart from shooting stuff.
What else can you tell me? Do you know where I can find this Thorian?
I might... Look, we need to get out of here, past that field.
Do you know how we can shut it down?
No, not exactly. But I think the Geth ship is powering it. I've noticed the Geth line... You could follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just I came here with my mother. I don't even
She's with
know
some others from the colony.
She's alive? Oh, thank God. Please, Commander, just get that field down so I can see.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian?
It's just a plant. Exogeny was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special.
Tell me what you know about the Thorian.
I really don't know that I know it's very old. Thousands of years even.
No, Lisbeth, you know a lot more than that.
Stay put. I'll go.
Here, take my... Good luck with that field.
We're gonna get you... Oh, right, I don't have singularity now. Lift it is. Come on, fire the gun. I hate when it does this. Where you'll use a power or something and it just locks up for a complete moment. Go away. Take a neural shock to the face. 4 metagels is not where I want to be on this side mission, like, at all. I'm too used to playing with Liara in the party. Singularity is just that good. It really is top tier power. It's usually why it's one of the reasons I pick a biotic most of the time when I'm playing Mass Effect for myself. When I play it for myself is I like to have access to that same talent, and just so I don't...
Stupid machine. Access encrypted files.
Just so I'm not bringing along Liara all the time. I don't want to be Singularity is top tier.
Tell me what I want.
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exemption or make an appointment with...
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console.
We're just gonna lift you and damp you. 2, 3. Goodbye, Krogan Commander.
Exogeny Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property... Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
How do you know?
Your access card identifies you as Elizabeth Bainham. Is there something you require, Dr. Bainham?
What information was the last user?
Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access...
Tell me everything you told the Krogan.
I was unable to... Aside from lacking... All sensors monitoring the observation post
Yep.
at Zoo's Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
What does Zoo's Hope have to do with the Thorian?
Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Zoo's Hope outpost.
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, The Zoo's Hope control group has yielded interesting results.
Are you saying Exogeny knew its people were getting infected?
It was deemed necessary to assess...
So that's why they were acting weird.
Your pilot should be warned.
Joker. Come in, Joker. Damn it, that field's blocking us.
We need to drop that field and get back to Zeus Hope.
VI, what can you tell me about the Geth ship and the field it's generating?
I have limited data on the Geth. They have I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source.
What do you know about the Geth?
I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility.
Makes
All
sense.
Have been purposely...
I want to know about
Exogeny Corporation is at the Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed...
Who's in charge here?
All decisions about local resource analysis...
Right, on-site management.
...are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only. Individual employee records are confidential.
Tell me about the Thorian.
Species 37. The outpost was...
Right,
Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior.
What's the size of this thing?
The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter. It may simply process such stimulation slowly.
Is it intelligent?
The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival. It does trigger... It is sufficiently alien as to defy...
Is it intelligent?
Nah, that's the thing about pressing spacebar to skip dialogue. Sometimes you're on the dialogue that has the dialogue wheel in it, and if you press it again, you'll just get the same dialogue again, or worse.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian is present. Observation. Unfortunately, direct observation of species...
Do you know how the creature controls its
The will
Yep.
Observations... As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until specifically tasked with something.
Please access my personal files.
Elizabeth Bainham, research assistant. You are currently under probation due to disagreements with management over established company policy.
What triggered the probation?
You were marked as combative about the operations of... As a result, you were tasked with monitoring the safety of the colonists for the duration of the observation.
Got it.
That's enough for now.
Going to standby mode.
So this was the part where we kind of figured out Lisbeth knew more than she was letting on. But we can't really deal with that interesting fact yet. We have to deal with the Geth first. We could deal with Lisbeth's hidden information later. Okay, here's a lift. And that'll be enough of that.
The Geth use these claws to anchor their ships to the sides of buildings.
Can't skip.
Subtle as a boot to the face. How do we cut the power if it's coming from the ship?
It will be difficult. We can check the other claws for weaknesses, but the Geth are very thorough.
And in the process of trying to speed through this, we do have to remember we technically didn't loot the boxes or crates, so we'll have to do that again, or we'll risk having issues. Okay, let's get that stasis specialization and begin working on it. Start putting some points and stuff. Save again, and get ready to talk about Geth temples, I guess.
The layout of this room reminds me of the temples my people used to build. Do you think the Geth were using it for religious services?
Hey, if they're looking for God, I'd be happy to speed them on their way.
Okay, so we had Liara with us last time, and she mentioned something more about the religious habits. Also, for anyone who just noticed, when I was stuck here earlier, Shepard was kindly spazzing out on one of these dug-in claws. It was really quite interesting. Okay, so we have to keep going this way. More husks, and of course the Geth Stalker has made its presence known as well. Okay, you're getting a sab and a damping. Good riddance. So far, so good. Nothing in that room. We need to keep moving. Get a damping. Using health damage in emergencies. Brief. Okay. I thought at first it read like a drawback, but I guess it wasn't a drawback. So, also, what are you doing? Equip a gun. Good grief. Okay, they appear to have erected a barrier. Nice. We had Tally get killed. What a time to have to use Unity. How uses Unity, dies immediately. Stop. Oh, your regenerative powers took effect. I don't think so. Get a lift. Good riddance. What a Krogan. What a Krogan. I use Unity, think everything is fine. He just stood right there and camped her body until she died. Again. Got knocked out again. I shouldn't say died, because technically nobody dies as long as Shepard still lives. It's more like they get knocked out. Alright. It's one of them. Now we need to go back up. Uncomfortably common companion L. Yup. Unfortunately common. That too. Yeah. Very uncommon. Upper level. The midden. How did I get past this again? Oh god, it's happening right on stream. Unfortunate. Maybe going back through the midden? Well, no, it probably won't. We need to go up a different way. Those are definitely not the words you want to be hearing out of someone's mouth about places you've already been. Alright. I think we've got our path back on track. Decrypt this. Sorry if my commentary is kind of sparse. It is quite late and I don't normally push streams like this. I'm not too strained. As long as you aren't the doctor saying, I think I know where this is. As you're falling asleep for surgery. Yeah, that's not a good thing you want to be hearing. Okay, there's the shock troop. So you've got the shock troop. Where's the sniper? Okay. You're getting hacked. And you're getting, let's go with a carnage. Get into cover. And we had a stalker. Thanks for that, Tally. What about the two up there? No? Alright. They're probably up here, if I had to peg a guess. Or if I tried to remember anyway.
Same as before. We don't have the ordnance to blow this claw. Let's keep looking.
Going past treasure is a bad way to play this game. Anything here? Nope. Just this terminal. Good. Right, we've already seen this with the Notacrux colony. Unfortunate. More... You know, it's really funny. So far, we've only had planets where, you know, if it was a Mako mission, I guess that's fine, but both of the first two major missions have been, you're getting a lift. Both of our first two major planetary missions have been dealing with, you know, corporations. Let's restore those immediately. Tally, I need you to, overload. Thank you, thank you. Dang it. I hate when they do this. And stop locking up. Be that way. Good.
This is interesting, Commander Shepard. A containment lab of some kind.
Whatever. We just need to find a way to break even one claw, and that ship is out of here.
Agreed, Ashley. We can pontificate on Geth Labs later. But not before stealing, I'm sorry, appropriating valuables later. And I'll sort over the new loot off camera, and if there are upgrades, I'll mention that the next time we stream the game. Hello, Geth Terminal. Crap. Dang it. Sigh. I'm gonna have to rehack this, aren't I? Yup, I'm gonna have to rehack it. That happens sometimes. I'm so close. There we go. Information for later. We have the server node. This hacking minigame is kind of the bread and butter of a lot of the interactions in Mass Effect 1, for better and worse. There are enough people who dislike it that in the chocolate playthrough there are mods that make the Omnigel cost 0. So if I feel fed up with hacking, I don't have to. And I think there's some that just nullify the hacking minigame entirely, except in places where it is hard-coded. Yes, they hard-coded the minigame in some spots. Disgusting. Or at the very least, they put it behind layers and layers and layers of code that's hard to get rid of. Right, you want to hit the indicator between the two arrows. What was it? A 17, 11, and no, that is an emergency shutdown. We don't want this. I think we want it at 31, 24, 31. No. One of these we don't press. Nope. I got this the first try last time. 28. 33. That should have taken care of the barrier. It looks like a cocoon falling from the sky.
Very good. The field barring the exit will be down. Now we can go deal with the Storian creature.
Damn. I'd like to have seen the face on their pilot when that thing toppled.
I hope that ship was full of those Geth bastards.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. Come on, Commander. Talk to me.
I'll read that comment in a second.
What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
They can't do any real damage. We're on our way back. Just hold your position.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just wait right here for you, Commander.
This place will be crawling with Geth in a minute. Keep together and we'll get out of here in one piece.
New save. Did you know that this issue happens with bosses too? Yup. I mean, I didn't know it happened in precisely that way, but lots of people will get further progress in the first try of something than they will get in the next subsequent 5 tries. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know there's a name for that effect, and I'm forgetting what it is. It's kind of used to explain the general feel of progress in MMOs. Like if you're doing PvE content and you've got raid or instance bosses to deal with, first try goes swimmingly, then the next 5 tries look abysmal, then the next 2 to 3 tries look like you know, more progress is being made, and then there are setbacks in the next 2. I'm sure there's an interesting mathematical frequency behind it, or like some sort of like mathematical pattern that could be established. It's really interesting. Most people usually discard that little tidbit of mathematical information, though. They don't even think about it. I mean, when you're trying to master raid mechanics, you generally don't do anything except the raid mechanics, but that's a whole different bucket of worms. It's something I'm all too familiar with. Right, I forgot I needed to take a left somewhere before Albuquerque. The sentence I'm sure would have made Elmer Fudd or Bugs Bunny cringe with absolute pain. Okay, we want to go this way. And there's Miss Lisbeth. Alright, tell me what you really know, Lisbeth.
There you are. We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe.
I need some answers. You knew more about the Thorian than you let on.
I was afraid. I wanted to stop the tests, but they threatened me. Told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen.
You did what you could. I'll help them, if you can tell me where to find the Thorian.
The Thorian is underneath Zoo's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it?
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comm chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
Thanks for the heads up, Joker. You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help. Undo the mess I helped create.
Just be careful. You could get shot up. And I wouldn't want that for you. You might have helped contribute to a horrible mess of a situation, but I would hate for you to be unable to live through the ramifications of that and come to terms with it and help us. Don't hurt yourself, Miss Lisbeth. New save. Take the stuff. And then finally deal with the hostage situation the right way and not have to shoot Ethan John's butt. No matter how badly I want to. Because that's not the playthrough we're going for. In the Renegade playthrough, oh absolutely. Guys getting shot up really good. But in the Paragon playthrough, we save even the criminals and the lowly who may not be worth saving in the long run. Because we care about loss of human life. We're doing the good guy thing. Because we can. Because it's the right thing to do. Etc., etc. It's the superhero level of good. That's really how you would best describe Renegade, or I'm sorry, Paragon. I'll take sentences you shouldn't say in front of a government agent for 500, Alex.
This is Juliana Bainham of Pharaoh's Colony. Please help us.
Yeah, that.
Stop! Stop the rover!
I know, at least let us get out. Jeez. I thought you were going to sabotage our ability to save the game. Alright, let's get in here and stop a hostage crisis.
You can't do this, John.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on?
You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you!
Thanks, ma'am.
Shepard. Damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the Exogeny database. I know what you did during the Blitz, but your heroics aren't needed here.
You conniving ass.
We can talk this out. Nobody needs to get hurt.
You don't understand. It's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, John. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
Yeah, the Thorian. We know all about it, John. Give it up.
You're after the one unique thing Pharos has. The Thorian.
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zoo's hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, Jong.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
Ugh, disgusting.
Can't you see the inherent potential in this colony? Think of the promotional opportunities.
Shepard, that smile.
Opportunities? What the hell are you talking about?
Pharos could be a symbol.
They recovered from an alien attack on a frontier world. Add that to your company profile.
Well, yeah. No one's ever gone broke playing the champion of humanity card.
Sadly, you'd probably make a killing. But if it will let us get back to our lives, I'm for it.
It just might work. Wait, no, but the infected colonists will throw a bit of a wrench in that plan. No, they need to disappear.
You can't just kill the colonists. It's not their fault.
If you kill only the Thorian, it might be enough to stop the infection. Maybe.
Sounds logical. How would we go about doing that?
It's worth a try, but I don't know if I can avoid harming the colonists.
There has to be another way.
Maybe there is. Come and talk to me before you leave, Commander.
Just make sure there's no evidence when you're done.
So, you save... This is what I was talking about, where it's like, in order to, like, get that mission, you needed to get the Paragon points from other missions. And really, the best place to get Paragon points are the main missions. You get, like, 2, or 4, or 8. Which, it all matters, I guess. But still, two or 4 points are like crumbs. You're looking for crumbs to try to satisfy this silly requirement, which for an endgame like requirement, like for say Vermeer or the other stuff, that makes sense. You know, let those be 12s. This should not have been a 12 in the first place. There's no way the average first-time player would know they need to do everything and not always in the right order to get enough skills exactly. Like, to get the last 2 points in Charm, we had to do side quests in a very unintentional order. We had to do all the ones on Noveria, but some of them still required 12s in the respective scores in order to do right. I don't know. It just felt like bad design, which, you know, to BioWare's credit, I guess if they removed the system in Andromeda, then maybe it's for the best. But, you know, it's just like with Dragon Age, where you just replace the morality system with faction requirements. You don't have a better system. You have a different system. It's more lateral and less good versus evil. It's a whole different dynamic, but all it amounts to is you need X of this reputation or X of Y's reputation, but not... it doesn't change the game you have to play, like at all. The prime example of this, I would think, is Dragon Age 2. There's certain companion quests that you need a certain amount of personal rep with them, like in terms of the gameplay, like the missions you complete and stuff, in order to have a chance at doing the right thing, like coming out with minimal consequences for the action. I won't spoil it too much, but there's a mage you find in Dragon Age 2 named Anders. He has a very compelling story. I highly recommend playing through the game if you want to know more. But he does something very, very bad toward the end of the game that puts a lot of people at risk. People that didn't deserve it. Over one of the more core tenets of the background story. You know, the whole conflict that exists in Dragon Age between the mages and non-mages. It has to do with that. That's as much as I'll say specifically about it, but if you don't say certain things with Anders, you won't get a good ending for that. You'll end up losing him to his own quest, which is just insane. And it hits you completely out of the blue. You never see it coming. You say all the right things in the short term, but if you don't side with the mages the full way through, you're not getting that dialogue. And again, it just hits you out of nowhere. So this kind of feels like that. And that's an example of, you know, you change the system and give it a different coat of paint, change the way certain interactions work, but you're ultimately left with the same problem. With requirements that you don't know about ahead of time, you can't possibly plan for. Which, I guess for shock value, it works, and that quest is intended to be, or to give a high amount of shock value to the game. It advances the plot in a very drastic way. Very drastic way. But I wasn't a fan of it when it happened. Just like I'm not a fan of this for the same reasons. All right. Well, at least we got that bit of dialogue all covered. So let's save this and turn in that data.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed. Thank you.
I was there anyway. It was the least I could do.
Well, I appreciate it. Here, you've certainly earned this. Thanks again, Commander.
It was a neutral mission. Nothing for it except credits and experience. Which is fine. I like having those missions too. Lower stakes. Alright, Lisbeth.
It's almost time, isn't it? Maybe we can free our friends after all.
I have to help them. It's my fault this happened.
You shouldn't be wasting time. Deal with the Thorian.
I'm glad you've decided to help us. I think there's a way to avoid killing the colonists.
What did you have in mind?
I think you could safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
Dodgy. But it just might work.
Better than killing
Sounds
them.
good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
We'll stay out of your way until you clear a path. Good luck.
Alright, well, I guess we'd better make sure our grenades are outfitted or we're gonna kill people. Anti-thorian gas. And luckily only Shepard can use grenades. Okay, we appear to have stopped spazzing out over the drop frames. I could definitely tell the internet does not like me streaming this much. But that isn't going to stop me. Thankfully, Shepard's the only one that can use grenades, so, you know, as long as we keep our friends from firing at hostiles, we should be okay. Now we just make it back to Colony Zoo or Zoo's Hope and hope that what we do is enough and we have enough grenades. Are we ready for the beginning of the end? The Thorian's one of the cooler boss fights that you have the chance of experiencing in ME1. If there's any experience that I would say is notable, and just in, like, not dialogue, I think that goes to the actually I think that goes to a later point. Good luck. Thank you. Though I hope I don't need it. Okay, so far so good. And last one. Yeah, that cannon is hella useful. That turned what would have been a chaotic firefight into something a little more smooth, and we didn't even take that much damage. Uh-oh.
I don't know what that plant does to people, but that's not human.
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
Whatever you say, Commander. Let's do it.
Oh, we don't want to be... It's not good. Oh, we gotta actually kill everything else. Let's equip a assault rifle for this. I hope we'll get more grenades, otherwise I have to be a little bit more sparing about the ones I use. I thought I had to detonate it on the Thorian creepers. Really? Now there's absolutely no way I can save them all. Barrier.
They're all over Noveria. Let's move one of the cargo boxes and see what calls out.
Ashley, why did you do that? Ashley. Ashley, why? I had to kill you myself. Did she shoot a civilian? Not surprised. Okay. Because of the shenanigans that you two can pull, I'm gonna deal with it myself.
They're all over Noveria. Let's move one of the cargo blocks and see what crawls out.
Do we knock him out? We did, good. Get the upgrade kit. Bring them back over to our allies. And then I'll move them up manually. Alright, we're gonna move up here. Okay, good. That knocked out a couple of them. Get in here? No. Okay, good. I imagine they wouldn't put any of the civilians we need to gas on the other side of that. Run. I'd rather be safe than sorry. I realize this is probably a little bit slow, but I'm trying to just minimize civilian casualties. And where's the other one? I know it was prowling around the corner. I'd rather you take your time and get the ending you want than rush. Thanks. Alright. It must be near the marker. Barrier. Make sure we don't have any leftover colonists. Okay, I think the rest will be at the next portion. Probably.
tried to fight it, but it gets in your head. You can't imagine the pain. I was supposed to be their leader. These people trusted me. It wants me to stop you, but I won't. I won't!
Oh no. He just shot himself, Dad? Well, I guess thank you for that bit of sacrifice, but holy cow, we had a grenade. We could have used it. Anyone else we should be worried about? That's a very startling question. I don't think we could head back even if we wanted to. Yeah, look, they got this place sealed up. Gotta keep moving. And hope like hell that we find 2 more grenades. We'll have to make them count. To ease your worry a bit, there is no world in which he doesn't do that. Yeah, I don't think you can save him no matter what. I think I remember that being an unavoidable complication. Shepard, don't you dare start clipping through that. Please, I'm begging. Random ambience? Okay. On the upload for this VOD, you may wish to put a TW at the top of the episode that there's a suicide trigger. Good idea. That happened, what, about 4:43? Four hours and 42. I'll have to look for it again, but I think that's where the suicide happened. 4:42 in probably 30 seconds or so. Okay, I have that written down. Okay, I think we have everyone alive, so we can just keep moving on. Yeah, just so it doesn't catch people unawares. Thanks for listening. You've got it.
Alright, we just need to find this creature and determine what it... What is that?
That's a plant?
That does not look like any plant I've ever seen. This may be problematic.
It's more like a plant heart. This is making me feel like one of those, reminds me of the old Starship Trooper movies. They're the insects that could bore into people's brains. Uh-oh.
Invaders, your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
You gave something to Sarah. Something I need.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. It will listen no more.
I won't let you keep your thralls. Release them, now!
No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry. Your lives are short, but have gone on too long. Your blood will feed the ground in a new growth.
I too would like to, you know, human deaths should nurture plant life, but not in this way. I don't want to feed a sentient plant life. I want to feed unsentient plant life. Can that be something I do? No? Alright then. That's probably not the thorium nerve cluster we're looking for. Why am I trying to shoot her? It can be. Your remains can be used to fertilize a plant tree instead of having a normal burial or cremation. They sure can. And boy, is it preferable to either of those. But I think I'll limit it to, this is not the node we're supposed to be hitting. It's supposed to be a way bigger mass than that. Yeah, here it is.
Over here, Commander. Definitely something different in this area.
Perhaps if this sentient plant were not also a mind-controlling plant, maybe. Oh, we definitely need more power. I prefer to the idea of being formaldehyde soup many years from now in a box in the ground. Me too. I'll have to make sure I write my manner of death into the will. No, I'm not letting another sorry clone get her way. Not today. Why are you using a pistol? Take out your shotgun, you loon. Good lord. Yeah, please use the correct weapons. Speaking of which, I should check out the squad's proficiencies for this. Okay, yeah. Tally, you're fine to be using a pistol, but Ashley, you should not be using one of these. Decrypt this. Yes, thank you for letting me know about the item limit game. I too love to be let known of arbitrary item limits. You know, if I didn't know better, and you know, if the presentation were different, I could totally see this being like a, you know, one of those arcade horror shoot-up scenes where you know, you're sitting there at the arcade booth and you've got like this prop gun in front of you, and you know the scene's automated and keeps moving, but your goal is to like just shoot as many of these thorium husks, like thorium creatures down as possible, and then the big boss at the end would be the thorium. I could see that. I think that would be a nice little arcade spin-off. If BioWare ever gets tired of trying to make RPGs, they could always try to make spin-offs of their own stuff. Okay, where do we go next? I don't think so. Just whoop, and she is falling off the platform. I mean, that particular manner of death isn't that funny, but it was the fact that she spun and then, you know, died mid-spin. Alright, we're getting a shorter gun here. Can't always use sniper rifles, which is why I'm glad that we've got other guns as backup. I do need to upgrade all these, though. The Spectre weapon I have is level 7, and my pistol here is the least kitted out at being level 4. Don't worry, I promise we're almost through this, guys. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark for these streams. I don't normally do that. We're gonna lift all of you, thank you very much. And... Alright, let's get a carnage on this. Did it hit me by accident? Ah, I see what happened. You needed to shoot it. I don't know what that Thorian Creeper was doing. He was just doing this number, like running around in a circle. I guess if I were being shot at, I too might run in a circle. Actually, I'd probably get into some tight cover, but you are not doing this. Holy Lord, just die. Oh, well, hello. Yes, I know. Thank you for telling me, game. I don't think we need the thorium gas grenade anymore. Let's take the high explosive one. And one more. You're getting a throw to the face. Wait. 1, 2. Right, here we go. Here they come. Lift. Nope, not lift. Here we go. Lift. Ah, yes, I too love getting showered in plant gore. You know, game, you don't have to tell me each time. I really don't mind just being left to, showered in plant gore. It's just pollen season. No, that's... See, getting showered in pollen would be like the season of love. When I think of plant gore, I think of xylem and phloem juices. That would be getting showered in plant gore. Which is what's happening here. But then again, these are husks that have been integrated with plant spores. So we're actually getting showered in just, you know, spore-integrated blood, I guess. But I get what you were going for. Yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. Everything just explodes in yellow puffs of pollen. Ugh, disgusting. Flow of juices is a phrase I'd be happy to never hear again. Yeah, sorry. I couldn't. I read that comment back over. Oh, that was good. I gotta get myself under control. We're at the 5-hour mark, man. We're just about. Are you just gonna literally sit there? How many clones are you gonna keep sending before you get the hint, game? I got it, girls, but thank you for letting me know. And 2 to the chest. No, nothing of the sort. Alright, we need to clear that poison out. I thought there were 4 thorium nodes. I guess there were more than 4 nodes. And another commando has come to ruin the show. Please don't. Really? I waited at least an extra second. But I guess the gun overheats when it wants to. See, I suppose it's the trade-off. If you got a powerful sniper rifle and that knocks people flat, then, you know, the little guys running around don't stand much of a chance, but, you know, you might not hit them very well otherwise. There's another commando. Shoot that foot. Oh, this one got a lot more meat to it. Plant meat. Not something I thought I would say. More plant gore. Would they classify that as plant vor, or probably not? That's usually like eating things, but maybe I'm misremembering what vor means. No, I'm not wanting to press X. Please take a carnage to the face. More vor. Delicious. Disgusting.
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
No problem, Shiala.
Is everything all right? Are you hurt?
I am fine, or I will be, in time. My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
Are you saying Saren can control minds?
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
She tried to manipulate Saren, but in the end, her plan backfired.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
Absolutely god-awful. Glad we could put an end to that.
Saren's pretty quick to betray his own people.
He was quick to betray the Thorian, too. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of its existence. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the Protheans built this city. It watched and studied them. When they died, it consumed them. They became a part of it.
So the cipher was knowledge all along.
So the Thorian taught Saren to think like a Prothean. How?
The cipher is the very essence of being a Prothean. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
I need that knowledge to stop Saren.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy. Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
That face. She looked like she had a tough time processing that. Never mind him.
I've given you the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are part of you now.
Are you alright, Shepard? What'd she do?
Don't worry, she just melded with me. Casually.
I saw something. It still didn't make any sense.
You have been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
You look a little queasy. We should get you back to the ship.
I'm sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
So we now get a whole bunch of questions. Yeah, this is the part I remembered about the Thorian the most. Like, this is the part where you really try to understand everything. And this was what they intended for you to see first, so that the statements that Benezia made when we fought her on Noveria would make more sense. Up until those visions and talking to Shiala, it sounded more like, you know, the Asari just engaged in some casual manipulation, that Matriarch to be specific, engaged in manipulation or tried to, like, counsel him and, you know, guide Saren towards a less destructive path, but it didn't work. Now we know why. Kind of. This was supposed to be the primer for us.
Do you know what the conduit is? Or where it is?
No, I'm sorry. All I know is that Saren believes the conduit was the key to the Prothean extinction.
That can't be good, whatever it is.
You have the cipher. In time, your visions will clear. They will lead you to the conduit. I only pray you find it before Saren does.
Tell me more about what you knew of the Thorian since you melded with it.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it, but I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know. It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
Don't tell me you feel sorry for that thing.
The Thorian was a unique life form. A sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe more. There is nothing even remotely like it in the known galaxy. I'm grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom. Yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature.
And in truth, I feel the same. The Thorian might have been peaceful enough if left alone. Really, Exogeny Corps has some blame in all this. Some of it is witting. Ethan Jong didn't care very much for what happened to people. He only cared about the company's bottom line, including getting their hands on a bioweapon. Whereas some people were just trying to do their jobs, and they ended up getting caught in a bunch of bad corporate top-end decisions. They still have to bear some responsibility, but they'll atone. I doubt Ethan Jong ever will, unless he, I don't know, gets the scolding of a lifetime, or gets recalled and demoted back at Exogeny HQ. Tell me more about Saren, like what you knew of him.
What else can you tell me about Saren?
There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. He's powerful, he's charismatic, and he is dangerous. Once I followed him, blind to his true nature. But now I see he's leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering.
I want to know more about you.
There is nothing remarkable about me. I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples. For nearly 2 centuries, I followed her, learning at her feet. When Benezia revealed her plan to join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice. Only those who were willing had to follow her. Many felt her plan was too dangerous, but I believed in her. I thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it.
Now that you're free of the Thorian, what are you planning to do next?
If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
The colonists will need all the help they can get. They'll be happy to have you on their side.
Thank you, Commander. May fortune smile upon you.
I can't believe it. Jong says we'll have all the money we need to keep this place running. It's because of you, Shepard. I can't thank you enough.
Good. We've finally completed the first 2 missions of the game.
Already on their way here with supplies.
Thank you so much. Now Exogeny will pour the money in. We'll be able to rebuild and then some.
Oh, thanks again. That data will be very valuable once I get out of here.
All traces of the Thorian will be erased in short order. Ferris will have a second chance thanks to you. I think this plan of yours just might work.
And you had better atone for your actions, good sir. You had someone apprehended and nearly shot to death. And you also planned my murder.
I fought so hard, but any thought of my own caused so much pain.
I will do what I can to assist the colony in this difficult time. I am ashamed of the damage done to the lives of these people.
Farewell, Shiala.
Farewell, Commander. I wish you well in your hunt.
Please tell me we can talk to a whole bevy or slew of other people. Maybe we could also go and see how good old Tom or Ian is doing.
I never thought I would be so thrilled to see a soldier. Forgive my previous inaction, but under the Thorian's influence, every thought was examined and filtered.
What will you do now that the fighting is over?
I may stay, try to recover my losses. I can have new supplies delivered within weeks. Perhaps the colony will survive after all.
Let me see what you have in stock.
Of course. Return in the future, and I may even have more to see.
Goodness. Okay, we're just gonna, you know, have, like, take a moment to process our casual 1.5 million credits. Like, almost 1.6 million credits.
Finally, that damn thing is out of my head. I can think without pain. And with the power cells you brought, I can get this place up and running again. Thanks, Commander.
What about you, Miss Maka Doyle?
It will take time for things to get back to normal around here.
What about you, Miss Reynolds?
Thank you for freeing us.
Though there's one bit of loose business I want to take care of if I can before moving on.
Thank you for everything you did.
Thanks, Commander. It's great to be free again.
And then is to go see if Ian is still hiding out in, you know, that part of the tunnels. I'd completely forgotten about him. Hopefully he wasn't caught up in one of the, Oh, here he is.
Free. I can't believe I'm free.
Thank you for everything you tried to do here.
I'm free. Thank you for giving me my mind back.
Okay, that's it. It's our last bit of business. Let's get out of here. Good lord. What an ordeal. We finished both planets in a single night, and it only took us 5 hours. Thankfully, we had most of everything we needed to do on lockdown. And it was just, you know, the remnants of each. We basically did one half of each planet, going back and forth between the two. And between that and all of our side quests, we got the Paragon points we need to do everything to charm anyone. And unfortunately, we'll have to do this same process over and over again until we get ready to go into Mass Effect Andromeda, and then I have no idea what to expect, like, at all. And that'll be a fun experience all by itself. My plan is to, like, process any main story stuff and then call it good.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Commander, you look pale. Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
I was just brain probed. Yeah, I got brain effed. Yeah, I'm not feeling great.
The cipher shook me up a bit.
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
So, let me remind folks that Asari melding is how they produce children, okay? And maybe they don't even produce it right then and there, but they can sort of store the genetic data, like, in their minds. So this is kind of akin to having a one-night stand, kind of. I want to be really careful with that. The Vulcans would also call this a kind of intercourse. See, I feel like the BioWare devs who made the Asari knew of the Vulcans and just based, like, put on a different coat of paint and you have Vulcans all over again.
Do it. Hurry. We don't have much time.
And I like how it's a snap decision too.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity. That was incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Come on, get to the point. What did you see?
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the commander's mind is incomplete.
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious there is a connection between the Reapers, the Prothean extinction, and the Conduit, but I did not see anything that would help us find it.
But now what?
What's our next move?
I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Dr. Chakwas should take a look at you.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
We're done here. Dismissed.
I've sent off the Pharos report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Please, Joker.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, Exogeny should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier.
You might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it.
Are you joking me right now? That's stupid. I'm sorry. You want to capture a sentient plant for study? You do realize that constitutes a form of slavery, doesn't it? Like, captured servitude? Plus, it wouldn't work. You would just end up being thralls to it instead. Don't be dumb.
The Thorian liked to enslave minds. Anyone who studied it would have ended up as one of its thralls.
Perhaps it's for the best, then. At least the colony was saved.
Of course it was saved. Shepard would go to any lengths to help a human colony.
Spare me your racism, Spiritus.
Being human had nothing to do with it. They were in trouble.
Admirable. But sometimes Spectres have to make sacrifices. I hope you're willing to do that when the time comes.
Goodbye, Commander. We will be waiting for your next report.
Disgusting. Well, I think that's where we'll call it. We learned a lot, and I'm sure there are a lot of codex entries to go over, especially like sentient plant creatures and stuff. I want to thank everyone so much for sticking through this rather long episode. I am sorry that it took 5 hours and 21 minutes and counting, and I would have taken a break during the 5-hour block, but honestly, we were already kind of in like pedal to the metal mode, so I just kind of did what I had to do to get through it. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the long stream. I think the longest stream I've done has been 8 hours, and that was a birthday stream. I highly doubt I'll get that latitude again, nor do I want to be sitting in a chair for 8 hours. That's kind of unfun. But this was a nice stretch. I didn't mind doing this. If you guys like this content, feel free to leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it. I'm going to do this regardless. The likes are more for like algorithmic engagement. I think it was a good stream, but I think it'll be nice to get to bed. Too true. Yeah, leave a follow. If you like the content, turn your notifications on so you don't miss it. We stream every Wednesday and Sunday. That might change depending on what my future job prospects and job hours look like. I may end up having to stream 1 day a week, or I might have to shift over to recordings. I don't know yet. I have barely had 2 or 3 days to process my new circumstances, but yeah, as far as like other stuff, if you want to get in contact with me directly, Twitter's probably one of the better ways to do it. If you want emotes and a quiet community, feel free to leave a Twitch Prime sub. That gets you into the Discord. Coffee or Patreon also get you into the Discord. I think I have links to Coffee. Check them out. Not going to spend too much time shilling at you. Apart from that, before we leave, I do have one shout out I'm gonna make. So if you guys like RPGs, check out a man named Gino Machino. That's his screen name. He's doing a Dark Souls remastered. He's testing sorcery routes for the God Run, which is where you string multiple Dark Souls games back to back and beat them without taking a hit. That's the God Run, as far as I understand it. An absolute madman, and only the Happy Hob, I think, has beaten that challenge run before him. Yeah, my name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and this has been another episode of Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Mass Effect 1. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Now, excuse me, I gotta go rest my shoulders and determine what I'm doing for, like, a nighttime snack. Take care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your day, morning or evening, regardless of where you are. I'll see you guys later. Take care, and bye-bye.